Thank you so much. All right, quick story here. Pets may be shifting traditional family dynamics. So with pet parenthood becoming a priority rather than a placeholder, a report from location platform Life 360 found 60% of pet parents put their pets first over planning for kids.
Wow.
Pet parents say their pets have influenced their daily plans. 23% say they've actually skipped going out to avoid leaving the pets at home. Some people actually say they don't even take a vacation because they don't want to leave their pet at home.
That's where we are right now.
Yeah.
They would cost more than we would.
Starter baby right here. Just get a furry one.
Right. All right. See you tomorrow here on Good Day.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Things are shaping up to be a busy day. Just want to give you a heads up if you're just joining us, a few of the things that we're kind of going to be monitoring throughout the day. Let me give you a live look right now at Air Force One that has just landed in Connecticut, where President Donald Trump expected to walk off the plane here momentarily and is going to be speaking at Cadet Memorial Field, speaking in a commencement ceremony where he is going to address graduates of the U.S. Coast Guard Academy. So that ceremony about to be getting underway. I can give you a live look there as well. You can see them coming down, getting ready to take their seats there. This is in New London, Connecticut, and we expect to hear from the president any minute now. So we are keeping an eye on that. We will bring those remarks to you live coming up in just a couple of minutes. Let me also give you a live look at the Freedom Tower in Miami, where later this afternoon, 1 o'clock, we are going to hear from the State Attorney General, Senator Ashley Moody, and officials with the U.S. Department of Justice, where they are expected to make an announcement about the indictment of Raul Castro. These would be charges that are expected following his involvement in the 1996 shootdown of the Brothers to the Rescue civilian aircraft. And so that is a potentially major development that is expected to be announced in South Florida later today. Again, that's scheduled for 1 o'clock, and we will bring that news conference to you live when it begins as well. We are also monitoring in the Bay Area. This is a live look in the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners meeting, where they are discussing and will soon vote on the memorandum of understanding with the Tampa Bay Rays for a Rays stadium deal. Now, even with this vote today, things are not a done deal. There was an MOU in place in St. Pete for a stadium deal that fell through, but this would be a major step forward. This would continue to move negotiations along and move that process forward. We heard quite a bit of public comment earlier today on this. We are now hearing from members of this board who are getting the chance to speak and discuss this. So let's go ahead and listen in live here while we are waiting for President Trump. Again, the discussion live right now in Hillsborough County.
To our attention is our tax collector's office. We know that in Drew Park area, that is one of our largest tax collector's office, and we want to make sure that in this agreement, when we go back, that the tax collector's office, that we meet with Madam Tax Collector Nancy to make sure that the tax collector's office is somewhere in the new proposal about a raise that will be coming, that they have the 25,000 plus square footage of the on the property on the new site, additional 350 parking spaces, you know. So, and I know that this is the property that the governor has given to Hillsborough College. But we must work together. These are our partners and have been in our partners for years. As the Rays come as a new partner, we want to make sure that they are taken care of as well. And when we talk about our CIT tax, I want everyone to know, because this is a question I constantly get on my home phone, my personal cell phone, and when I'm out in the community. In 2024, this board voted to move forward and to present a referendum on the CIT tax, which included a public facility. It is in there. The voters voted for that in 2024. I helped champion that to get it passed. I'm going to stand on, yes, we're going to have some funding for CIT. We start on December 1st of 2026. We'll have new revenue in 2027. We're going to do the projects that we have said as a board when we voted to make sure our county stay whole, and the projects that we have identified, we're going to make sure that they are funded. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Myers. Commissioner Bowles?
Thank you, Chair Hagan. I appreciate it. I would also at least like to recognize Greg, Bonnie, Julia, Tom, and your staff for at least trying to bring forward something to us that that we asked for, you know, all sources, all opportunities that are there. And, you know, those are some high expectations, and you've done that, and I appreciate your efforts. We've all gotten the phone calls and emails, and one of the biggest concerns that I'm hearing and have been read in that is that if we move forward with this MOU, and this non-binding MOU that is going to come at the expense of public safety. I understand why people feel that way, and spending 30 years in the fire service, you know, that gives me a perspective on it that I don't think anyone here in this board has. I've been a consistent advocate over those 30 years for expanding our system to meet the demands of the growth of this county. That goes, I don't think anyone could challenge me on that. But when you look at what actually is in front of us today, that's not what this proposal does. Right now, in the past, we've had individuals come up before the board and say that we have a deficit. We do. We have a deficit of 26 fire stations at this point. And that's brought forward by the county's own CIP fire rescue master project plan. But that didn't start with this conversation today. To meet the needs that's identified in there, this board previously had already identified, or the staff, I should say, had already identified 9 stations to be built with those CIT dollars. That's already been baked into the cake. That's not being affected by this. And that was one of the things that when I was talking about this in the very beginning of these conversations, I was very clear on with staff and with my conversation with the Rays that those public safety projects had to be protected. And there's a carve out in there, as I understand it, and hopefully nothing changes as we move along. And to their credit, you know, both sides made that happen. So the idea that this replaces those stations, that's just not what the facts show. That doesn't mean we don't have a problem, a longstanding problem, and because one thing is staffing those stations. And to me, that's really the bigger issue we're dealing with today. So it's not just about whether we build something like the stadium, it's whether our economy is growing in a way that actually supports the services people are counting on every single day. Because the reality is the CIT is a building tool, not a staffing tool. It constructs things, but what it doesn't do is pay for the people who are working there year after year after year. Does not pay for firefighters or paramedics or police officers. And to me, that's where the conversation should be shifting. Our residential growth on average costs us more than it brings in. If you guys look at this, statistically across the country and even here regionally, commercial growth tends to do the opposite. That's why for me, if public dollars are part of this conversation, it can't just be about a stadium. It has to be about what comes with it. Does it bring real jobs? Is there real taxable value? Does it expand our economic base? Those are real questions that we need to ask. We could just see what's happened with Water Street, just to the south of us here in Tampa. It brought in more investment with it, and it helped grow the tax base over time. That's the bar I think we should be seeking, and certainly the bar that I'm looking through, or at least the lens that I'm looking through. So when I look at this, I'm not from a yes or no position on the stadium I'm asking, does this really move the needle and become a catalyst? Does this bring something with it? Because if it does, that helps us fund public safety. And then, of course, the infrastructure that goes forward. If it doesn't, then we need to be honest about that and think about that. So where I land on it is pretty simple, to some degree. I'm open to continuing this conversation because this is a non-binding MOU, and there's still opportunities, I believe, to have some movement all over the place. We need to see, not just here, because what's real financially and what's still being worked through on the surrounding development needs to be presented. What it's going to grow for our tax base and our capacity with a clear path forward. We need real guardrails on public dollars, absolutely, so that we're not coming back years later, and trying to fill those gaps. We need to make sure that this fits within our broader responsibilities with our current partners, and especially when it comes to public safety and infrastructure. And as Bonnie and her staff work through all this, I'm sure we'll be able to take a harder look at what the details are. And at that time, at the end of the day, it's not just about getting a deal done, but making sure that you and your staff and we get this right. So I'm hoping that this will pass, at least for today, and you will have my support. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Cohen?
Thank you very much.
Hearing from some of the commissioners outlining some of their concerns and some of the questions that they still want answered as this process moves forward, but for that process to continue to move forward, that is where this non-binding memorandum of understanding comes in. And so we will continue to monitor this. Meanwhile, you see President Trump walking off Air Force One there, about to get in the motorcade where he will head to the Coast Guard Academy in New London, Connecticut, and deliver his commencement address shortly. Right now, we are going to step aside, take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We are still standing by, waiting for President Trump's arrival at the U.S. Coast Guard Academy, where he's going to be delivering the commencement address. So I'll get into the motorcade just before we went to break there. So we'll bring you his remarks when they begin. Right now, though, I want to get you back to Hillsborough County, where we are hearing some discussion among the county commissioners there ahead of a vote that is expected shortly on the memorandum of understanding and taking the next step in a Rays Stadium deal. This is a non-binding memorandum of understanding, but would allow those negotiations and other work on that to continue. So let's go ahead and listen in as Commissioner Cohen speaks.
Continue to, but they're part of this discussion as well, and we need to consider their needs over the next 15 or 20 years. And then finally, the Tampa Convention Center was mentioned. We have obligations to the Convention Center through 2031. We need to fulfill those obligations, and we need to continue to support the Convention Center because it's also a source of revenue for the county and for the entire community, brings a lot of people in here. One of the things that will be very helpful to broadening the appeal of the Convention Center is this development and all of the hotels and restaurants and amenities that we'll offer. Anybody that is considering visiting here now has an entire added neighborhood to build their program, and that's something that will be very, very attractive in the future. Someone in the audience mentioned in public comment the issue of expansion fees and the fact that Major League Baseball, I see you're pointing to yourself there in the front, Major League Baseball is going to have an expansion as soon as this deal is done of 2 additional teams. And the 2 teams, the 2 cities that are able to land those teams are going to pay $2 to $2.5 billion apiece to Major League Baseball in expansion fees just to have the right to put a shovel in the ground. They are not, all 10 of the cities that were named today are not competing for that opportunity because it's a loser. They're competing for the opportunity because they believe that it's something that can be a catalyst for economic development. And if you believe only half of the forecast made by AECOM, this will be a home run in terms of the return on investment from the CIT investment. We will get more money into the CIT than we will ever take out of it for this project. I do want to close on the CIT because I do want to compliment Commissioner Miller. You may not have seen it, but last week, FDOT appropriated $100 million toward the Lithia Pinecrest work that was supposed to come directly out of the community investment tax. That money is now going to be paid by the state, by FDOT doing some of that work. That is because of the fact that Commissioner Miller advocated for it, and it's because the state has showed us that they're interested in this proposal succeeding too. And one of the reasons we're voting today is because we are sending a signal to Tallahassee that we want to unlock the $250 million in promised funding that is up there waiting to help us do this project and waiting to help us build a new Hillsborough College to serve a whole new generation of students. This really can be a transformative project, but it can only be a transformative project if we have a little bit of courage and a little bit of faith. And that means saying yes today. This isn't a final yes, it's a conditional yes. But to say no puts the whole thing to bed. It's over. And the Rays will be out of here before you can blink. So I am thrilled to support this today so we can move it forward. And we'll have plenty of opportunities, at least 6 or 7 of them with the upcoming agreements, to vote up or down on the details. And I have no doubt that everyone that was heard on this is going to be heard on that as well. So that's where I am on it.
All right, excellent remarks. Commissioner Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Today is a monumental day, a monumental betrayal to the taxpayers of Hillsborough County. To be clear, Administrator Wise, mine is less of a monologue and more of substantive questions for you, Administrator Horwedel, and Administrator Fessler. To be clear, in this deal, you agreed to use our general funds and our property taxes. Is that correct?
We are proposing general funds, of which a predominant amount comes from property taxes, yes.
Oh, so there is harm to our community, especially on the grounds that property taxes, as Commissioner Bowles just framed, is what's used to fund our critical police, fire, and social services departments. Are you still only referring to this alleged CIT excess that was referred to constantly by the CEO of the Rays in all of our media sources, even though we also have a known $2 billion backlog without this unexpected burden? Are we still referring to only CIT excess out of the $360 million that we're putting forward in this proposal?
No.
So there is harm to this community. You agreed to raid our reserve funds, the same funds you have told me repeatedly over the past 3.5 years in the past that would negatively impact our AAA bond rating if we used them. Will this impact our AAA bond rating if we use our reserves?
In my opinion, it will not impact our AAA rating.
Have you received any documentation to substantiate the $2.3 billion price tag of this stadium, such as detailed site plans? If you have not, how do you have an understanding of the framework of the deal without this information?
As we mentioned in the agenda cover sheet, that information needs to be forthcoming, and we won't move forward with documents until that is received.
So we do not have an understanding of the understanding. This $2.3 billion that you agreed to spend includes money for the vertical construction of a new professional sports stadium. Is that correct? The $2.3 billion that you agreed to spend includes money for the vertical construction of a new professional sports stadium. Is that correct?
We have not agreed to spend $2.3 billion.
Is any of the money allocated for the vertical construction of a new professional sports stadium?
It is for a professional sports stadium.
That shouldn't have even required thinking. Thank you. Jane Castor stated at the press conference that the county agreed to this deal, the county being you, the administrator, that there was, quote, no sticking points that she is aware of, end quote. Do you agree with that statement?
You want me to comment on the mayor's statement?
Do you agree that there's no sticking points of this deal?
Mr. Horwedel outlined a series of issues that are still remaining.
Okay. The city of Tampa also has to agree to this deal and has to have an understanding of it, correct?
I previously mentioned the city of Tampa will be addressing this MOU tomorrow.
Okay, so there seems to be a misunderstanding to this alleged understanding. Why are there no mentions of and obligations to the development surrounding the mixed use of the stadium?
Commissioner, if you don't mind, I'll answer that question because it has to do with the way it's drafted. There is an obligation for them to provide us, the Rays to provide us, both the minimum valuation and the development program prior to and as part of the definitive documents being brought forward.
What elements will be bonded and what is the total interest payments?
Right now, we are only proposing to bond the tourist development tax, and the city is proposing to bond CRA bonds.
And what is the total interest payments of the suggested bonding?
I think we don't know that exactly just yet because we don't know what interest rates will be when we issue the bonds.
Just give me a best guess. You're a bonding expert.
I think the interest on the tourist development tax is about $300 million.
$300 million, so that increases the local taxpayers' total burden to about $1.3 billion, and I hope that the media starts correctly reporting that. I now want to get to the do no harm clause that is on page 18 of the MOU, which is subsection 21 of the budget that was referenced earlier by Commissioner Bowles. This clause is an impossible clause. Furthermore, it only says that they have the intention of doing it, not the reassurances. Will any elements of this financing agreement impede our ability to support the current and future enhancements for the Lightning Arena and Buccaneers Stadium?
I do not believe so.
Yesterday, in our briefing, rather on Monday, you told me that it would. What has changed? Did you find new money that I'm aware of?
What are the proposed needs of the Lightning and the Buccaneers Stadium?
Roof covering, outside overhaul of the Lightning Arena, roof covering for the Bucks. These are all things that have been addressed. You just told me on Monday, and I hope that you can be honest. What has changed since Monday when you told me that you did believe that it would impair our ability for these future enhancements?
I shared with you that we have already issued bonds, or we have already an agreement with the Lightning that we just already did for $250 million. They do need to come forward if they want additional monies. Those would be forthcoming. The Buccaneers have proposed some improvements to the stadium, which we have not evaluated yet, nor determined which ones to move forward with. So whether or not those are affected will be determined. We are not impacting the money we have set aside for the stadium improvements. However, any discussion with the Buccaneers, that would still need to come before this board for future negotiation.
Okay, well, I will remind you that on Monday you just told me that it would. In Florida State Statute 838.022, official misconduct of a public servant prohibits them from falsifying, concealing, or obstructing any record.
Hearing a lot of questions and concerns from Commissioner Joshua Wostel, who we actually had on Florida Live with us just last week, talking about this. You're hearing many of his questions for the county administrator about this deal. You heard him talking about his concerns about where some of the funding is coming from. We're going to step aside, take a quick break right now. We'll get you back to this meeting in Hillsborough County. We are also still waiting to hear from President Trump any minute now, delivering his commencement address at the U.S. Coast Guard Academy. So keep it here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now in Connecticut, where we are awaiting a commencement address from President Trump, expected to speak to a crowd at the U.S. Coast Guard Academy. President Trump expected any minute now to begin those remarks. We saw him travel just a little bit ago, get off Air Force One. We were watching live as he arrived in Connecticut, and we expect him any minute now to begin delivering this speech. So we will bring those remarks to you live when that does begin. In the meantime, though, I want to get you back to Hillsborough County. There's been a lot of interesting conversation and discussion about this MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding, and the Rays Stadium deal. This is would advance this process, move things forward to the next step in negotiations and in the many of the questions that still need to be answered, as we heard from a number of commissioners, including the commissioner who asked a question here just a moment ago, Joshua Wostel, who we had the chance to speak with just last week. And this comes after quite a bit of public comment as well in this meeting that is going on live right now in Hillsborough County. So while we await the arrival of the president, we will go ahead and listen back in as this discussion continues live right now in Tampa.
$545 million for the public facilities bucket. Was that the amount, or was it 565? 597?
I'm sorry, I may have misspoken. I'll ask Tom to clarify.
Yes, Commissioner. I believe within the public facilities bucket, I think the 597 included, I believe, some parks projects. 545 were a group of other public facilities other than parks.
Of which we've already voted to give 75 to the zoo appropriately. So my point here is that that amount was over the entire 15 years, but you're hijacking it for the first 4 years. So we will have to delay projects in the other categories without question to accomplish this. There's no way around that. And what are the inflationary pressures and cost increases highlighting the next item, which proves more harm to the community? You don't know those answers, do you? But there will be inflationary costs on every item that we have to delay for 5 years. Is that correct?
Commissioner, that's hard to say. One option would be to, if certain projects are identified as priorities, would be to bond a group of projects up front in order to prevent what you're talking about.
Which would then unexpectedly require interest payments.
It would.
Which is just another harm to the community, no matter how you slice the cake. Finally, in this question, and Commissioner Bowles, I hope you got that point clear, because there can be it would actually be illegal for us to try and bind future boards. We've covered this many times before you got here. They could come in here, the CIT, Mr. Fessler, is underperforming. I want to be very clear about that, right? And that's why there's no longer any excess. The CIT is underperforming from original expectations, specifically because we're no longer getting the business lease sales tax, and also it's generally down.
Yeah, Commissioner, I would say back in 2024, when the board approved the initial list of projects, it was built on with a 3% expected growth rate and a first-year estimated revenue for the CIT of around $200 million. So right now it is trending a little bit under that, but given that we have a 15-year period over which we will be collecting revenues, it's in the ballpark of what that $200 million might be. Therefore, we believe that it's still reasonable to move forward with the assumptions that were in place in 2024.
And if we move forward on this, any board can reprioritize. He mentioned a protected bucket. There is no protected bucket of CIT. It can be shifted around in any manner, correct? And if we've obligated $360 million cash out the door, then that's gone. And if it could negatively potentially impact at the end of the day, and nobody can give that promise, our public infrastructure and first responders. I'll just end with this final question. This question is for Administrator Horwedel, Administrator Fessler, Administrator Wise, and County Attorney Julia Mandel. Did any of you at any point discuss, offer, be requested, or be told to move this deal forward despite its current items of impasse, your words, specifically to meet the state legislature's mandate that the local governments reach an agreement prior to the release of the state's appropriations for this deal?
I'm happy to go ahead and start the answer off with that. We weren't promised anything. We went through the process.
I didn't ask you for a promise. I asked were any of you
Let her answer the question.
Discussed, requested to move forward with this deal.
We went through the process. We spent countless hours, countless hours sitting and negotiating this. We got to a place where there was points of a deal that are brought forward to you as this memorandum of understanding that has issues that are still remaining, and we've been clear about the issues that are still remaining. We've been clear with the Rays about the issues that are still remaining. There's going to be time and effort that is necessary, a significant amount, to get to the point of definitive documents. Having this document coming forward to you, whether or not it is the board's desire to approve it or not, allows us to know whether or not we're moving forward in a manner consistent with this entire board's desire as it relates to a vote you might take.
So you're not going to answer. Did anybody else receive that request?
As far as a request, I think we were advised, in fact, we read it in the newspaper, that there were some representatives who indicated they were waiting for this meeting, this process, this MOU, to determine whether or not to continue their consideration of funding for the college and/or any transportation improvements. Can I say that we were threatened? No, we were not.
At the end of the day, I liken the do no harm clause as the tactic of a used car salesman. Much of how this deal has been crammed down the taxpayers' throats. This clause should be struck because it is completely unenforceable and unattainable, and this MOU absolutely imposes risk and harm not only to law enforcement and first responders, but also the general taxpayers, and nobody can suggest otherwise. Any move for approval of the usage of our taxpayers' funded should be made to put on the November ballot so the taxpayers have an appropriate voice to signify their support.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the MOU by Commissioner Miller, second by Commissioner Myers. Please record your vote.
The motion carried 5-2. Commissioner Cameron Cepeda and Wostel voted no.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Dan. Thanks, Fred. Bonnie, next up.
And with that, the breaking news this morning as Hillsborough County approves the memorandum of understanding for that Rays Stadium deal. The vote, as expected, was 5-2. Commissioner Wostel, who you were just hearing from at the end there, with a lot of questions and concerns that he outlined, one of the two votes that was against this. Now, as they move on to some other agenda items at the Hillsborough County Commission meeting, we should also note that tomorrow the Tampa City Council will have a similar discussion and a similar vote on whether or not to move forward with that memorandum of understanding, the next step in this Rays Stadium deal and negotiations. But let's go ahead and get you live right now to Connecticut. This is New London, the U.S. Coast Guard Academy, where President Trump is about to deliver a commencement address, speak to the graduates there at the Coast Guard Academy in this ceremony. Let's go ahead and listen in as the president is introduced.
Please rise for honors with a 21-gun salute and ruffles and flourishes. Hand salute. Ready, two. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. It is now my privilege to introduce the Commandant of the Coast Guard, Admiral Kevin E. Lunday.
Good morning. Linda Lee and I are honored to be here today. President Trump, thank you for coming back today to charge these new officers as they head out to our operating forces. Thank you for your visionary leadership.
Expecting to hear from President Trump any minute now. Right now, we're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus while this ceremony continues. Before we hear from the president, we will make sure you don't miss the president's remarks. Keep it right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Still awaiting remarks from President Trump, expected to deliver the commencement address at the U.S. Coast Guard Academy graduation ceremony that's going on right now. We will get you to the president's remarks as soon as they begin. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, things looking nice out there.
They are. We've got a nice May day upon us. It's sunny. It's a little humid outside, and we've got some rain, which is actually a pretty welcome sight for a lot of communities. But right now, it's kind of on the skinny side. I mean, a lot of us are looking at skies like this, where it's just absolutely beautiful. But notice this view from Daytona Beach. See how we've got sun on the left and clouds on the right? That's because the sea breeze is visibly working inland, and in doing so, forcing air to rise in that bank of clouds to form. And from under those clouds, we do have some rain. And so in the last half hour, you can see that rain falling over the US 1 corridor heading for 95. Meanwhile, in Orlando, things are pretty quiet right now. But much like yesterday, we're going to see some spotty showers developing. So through lunchtime, while most of us stay dry, you may drive in and out of a really brief downpour, and temperatures warming into the mid-80s. So radar is going to light up this afternoon, and it's going to work out like this. The Atlantic sea breeze will start working inland, and through 3 o'clock, we may see a few of these spotty, highly localized downpours, the kind where it rains on one side of Oviedo, but not on the other, or one side of Winter Springs, but not the other. By 4, it becomes a little bit more widespread, and this is where the question mark begins, because we're also going to have the Gulf sea breeze marching in from the west. So it'll be like coming from Tampa. And where the two meet, where that flow from the Atlantic and the flow from the Gulf meet, could result in a blossoming of thunderstorms that are slow moving and could soak a lot of communities, especially communities just west of Orlando. That would likely happen between about 5 and 8 p.m. But a lot of the models, like our exclusive Fox weather model, insist that we may not have an organized blossoming of storms, just some slow moving isolated storms. And if one happens to park over your neighborhood this afternoon, it's totally conceivable that you see an inch or two of rain. Well, just down the road, they say, what rain? What are you guys talking about? Into the weekend, we're going to see much the same, although that collision between the Gulf and the Atlantic sea breeze will likely happen right over the Orlando area. So Friday looks to be our best chance for rain this week in the city and surrounding regions like Sanford and Kissimmee. And then we may see a repeat on Saturday. This is true rainy season weather, where the sea breeze dictates our rain chances. We have the humidity in place, ocean temperatures hovering around 80 degrees, and the sea breeze happening with high temps inland close to 90 every day. So it's a storm machine. Of course, as we get deeper into the month of June coming up in just a couple of weeks, we're going to see this become even more amplified. Look for 87 at 1, 90 at 4, and then cooling down to the upper 70s by dinner time. Hottest spot will be Ocala at 94, also Gainesville. Coolest areas will be the beaches like New Smyrna and Daytona Beach with mid-80s. Now, if you don't get the rain today or tomorrow, there's a pretty decent chance you're going to see a lot of rain between now and June. You know, earlier models were suggesting, as they still do, anywhere between 3 and 6 inches of rain statewide falling by the end of the first week of June. And if this trend can continue, we very well might make big dents in the drought. So by the time we get to July 4th, we may see a lot of the fireworks restrictions lifted. We'll see, crossing fingers. All right, here's a look at the forecast. Highs around or above 90 for the next 7 days. Talk about a Florida forecast, and every day a chance for some isolated to scattered storms. Of course, this is Memorial Day weekend, so if you're outdoors doing stuff, make sure you keep a close eye to what the clouds are doing so you don't get caught out there in a thunderstorm. All right, Garrett, it's amazing how fast the switch has flipped, but it certainly has.
Yeah, here we are.
Yes.
Yeah. Nice to know that it's not going to be a total washout Memorial Day or anything like that. Just got to, like you said, stay aware.
It never is. It's one of those classic things. I think there's an internet meme showing like the beach at 3 and then at 3:45 it's a hurricane right. And then at 4 it's back to that beautiful beach scene.
Yeah, that's what we like.
Yeah, that's right.
Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thank you, Garrett.
Getting ready to take another quick break here. I want to give you a live look, though, right now. This is Department of Homeland Security Secretary Markwayne Mullin, who is speaking. We expect to hear from the president any minute now. We are going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. President Trump walking up to the podium just now. Let's go ahead and listen in as he speaks to these graduates at the Coast Guard Academy.
And hello, cadets, and let me begin by saying a very big congratulations to the class of 2026, special class. It's a true honor to be here on this magnificent day at one of the most prestigious military academies anywhere in the world, and I'm thrilled to become the first president to ever give a second keynote address to this storied institution. I am very proud of that honor. We'll have to try it a third time. We're going to have to try it maybe a third time, too, to keep that record intact. And a few moments from now, every graduate in the field will go forth with a even greater honor, one of the highest distinctions anyone can attain. You'll become commissioned officers in the United States Coast Guard, and our country is hot. This is a great time. Our country is hot. I hate to say it, but I will. A year ago, a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, the last administration, we were a dead country. Right now, we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're respected all over the world. You saw that with China just recently. You saw that in Venezuela. You saw that right now in Iran. Everything's gone. Their Navy's gone. Their Air Force is gone. Just about everything. You know, the only question is, do we go and finish it up, or are they going to be signing a document? Let's see what happens. But we're a hot country. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world, with the strongest, most powerful military anywhere in the world, and there's nobody close. I want to thank our new Secretary of Homeland Security, Mark Wayne Mullen, a fantastic man, for the introduction, along with Coast Guard Commandant Admiral Kevin Lundry. And he is something. He's a special guy. You know, when you get to that position in the Coast Guard, you're very something. I don't have to ask, gee, how good is he? They have to be very good. It goes with the territory. And the President of the Republic of Palau, Surin Gil Whips, Jr., I want to thank you very much. And you're here, and we appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. Over the past 4 years, this class has been mentioned by an exceptional team of professors and coaches and military professionals who have shaped you into leaders. You came with very good quality, but they've shaped you nevertheless. And warriors who revere honor and really honor duty. You honor duty like very few others can even think about it. So let's give a big round of applause to the entire faculty and staff that made this possible. And I especially want to thank Academy Superintendent Rear Admiral Greg Rothrock. Come on, get up here, Greg. Come here, Greg. He does a hell of a job. You don't want to mess with him. Don't mess around with him. Thank you very much, Greg. Fantastic. Also, your Assistant Superintendent, Captain Jess Razioks. Where is he? Where? Oh, nice. Very nice. Thank you. Commandant of Cadets, Captain Aaron Casabant. Hi, Aaron. How are you, Aaron? Command Master Chief Evan Birch. Evan, where are you, Evan? Good job up here, Evan. It's never easy, Evan, up here, right? You feel more comfortable in the water. And class advisor Christy Rose. Christy. Thank you, Christy. And, of course, where would you be without the wonderful friends and family in the stands? And there are a lot of them here who loved and supported you, and they were with you every single step of the way, and they do love you. They do love you. Sometimes they're not forthcoming with that statement. They're up there. Half of them are crying. Look, their boy, their girl, right? Their boy or their girl. They call him girl, by the way, and they call him boy. And in 30 years, they'll be calling you boy and girl, too. They love you. Your parents and your family, please. To all of the moms and dads, grandparents, and family members here on this joyous occasion, thank you for everything you've done to raise such amazing American patriots. We really appreciate it. What a group. And today is all about the incredible class of 2026 that you've achieved and all of the things that you've achieved and the exciting future that awaits. You have an amazing future. Very soon you'll swap your shoulder boards and you'll join the long blue line of legendary rescuers, seafarers, and service members that fill American hearts with admiration and pride. I've watched it. I've watched you during those hurricanes in Texas, and you got out there and you were going through waves that nobody else would have done. I wouldn't have done it. I would have said, Captain, I'm not feeling too good today. I think I have to take a day off. But you would have none of it. You are really something. I watched it. You saved so many lives. During my first term, we had one of the worst hurricanes ever in Texas and the Gulf. And the bravery that you displayed was incredible. You saved thousands. I think the number was 16,000, 17,000 lives you saved. Through every generation, the heroes of the United States Coast Guard have lived by a creed of honor and bravery and sacrifice that have defied every storm, shipwreck, and every single enemy attack. In the hour of need, our Coast Guardsmen have brought hope to the hopeless of the innocent because of a sea nobody's ever seen before in some cases. Coast Guard warriors piloted the famous Higgins boats and delivered American liberation to beaches of Normandy and sailed through smoke and flame and gunfire to put the Marines and the Guadalcanal very much into play, and they patrolled the distant shores of Manila Bay and Mekong Delta and the Red Sea, and they patrolled them like nobody has ever been able to patrol them before or since. For decades, the men and women of this service have unofficial motto of pure, unyielding courage. It says, you have to go out, but you don't have to come back. You have to go, I think of that. You have to go out, but you don't have to go back. And you know what that means? That means danger, and it's a statement that you live by. This is the unbelievable heroism and exceptional selflessness that lives in the soul of every single cadet on this field, every single one of you. And you've all been tested. You'll be tested further and probably at higher levels as your career goes on, but you've been very strongly tested and you have what it takes. You're America's first defenders. You are America's first responders. You are the living standard bearers. First, as your commander, you're prouder of the great class of 2026. Congratulations. Congratulations. Amazing. And I have no doubt to say, and just like those Coast Guard legends who came before you, you will always put America first. We put America first now. We haven't done that for a long time, but we do that under the Trump administration, I will tell you. And the whole world is saying, well, America's first, and they put America first. And we help others too, but we put America first. 4 years ago, most of the cadets here today could have gone to almost any school that you wanted. It's so hard to get into the Coast Guard. I had so many people, sir, could you get my son? He wants to go to the Coast Guard Academy. And I look at the son, I say, he's not going to make it. Terrible. I lost a lot of friends. But every once in a while, I'll call up with somebody outstanding, and they'll generally take care. If they don't take care, they're fired. So, you know, they have no choice. But you really have outstanding people coming in. But you chose New London. You chose Cape May. You chose Kodiak Island. You chose the great service of God and country in the U.S. Coast Guard, and it was the best decision of your lives. One of the great decisions, you will say it. It's hard to say it now, but you will say it as time goes by. This will be the best decision of your life where you decided to learn, go to school in this incredible, beautiful place. You came as strangers and American teenagers. You leave as officers, American warriors, and friends forever. You're always going to be friends with each other, hopefully with me. Today, this field is full of some of the smartest minds, the toughest athletes, and the most tenacious leaders our nation has to offer. It really is. It is very hard to get into this particular place. It is very, very hard. It is a lot of broken hearts. People don't do it. Good people, smart people, they can't quite make it. Many of you have excelled academically, but 49 cadets have studied longer and harder than anyone else. The very accomplished Coast Guard Academy scholars. Would you please stand? These are the really brilliant people. You're all brilliant, but these are perhaps slightly more brilliant. Don't feel guilty. Don't feel guilty. Never feel guilty about success, right? But I think it's great. And at the top of your class with the highest score in both military and academic achievements is distinguished graduate Matthew Lanzillotta. Where is he? Where is he? Come here. Get up here. Come on. Come on, get up. Get up here. I want to see this guy. I hate good-looking men. Okay, good. Matthew, that's great. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. We also have the only cadet who earned a perfect score on every single fitness test. Now we're talking fitness. You know who this is already. Wow, this guy must be something. I think we'll have to invite him up. I want to check it out. For the last 4 straight years, which they think may be an all-time record, congratulations to Thomas Rhodes. Thomas, get up here, please. I want to see. I want to check him out. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, we're not going to fight with him. I'm not fighting him. I'm not. This is not UFC. Please understand that, Thomas. Look at this guy. Look at the muscles on this guy. Just hit him on the shoulder, hurt my hand. It's like hitting a rock. That's great. Thomas, that's fantastic. Another member of this class is making history as well today. Mike Keddish becomes the first Coast Guard Academy graduate to ever go straight from the Corps of Cadets into the Coast Guard Special Forces. So what was that all about? Come on up here. Come on. Let's go. Come on up here, Mike. I want to see what these guys... I like to see, what these guys are like. Because, it's competition for me, too. I have to compete with you now. I'm not liking that. How are you? Fantastic. Wow, that's a big achievement. These are special people. Thank you very much, Michael. For the past 4 years, you've been led by your brilliant class president, Savannah Riera. Where is she? There's Savannah. Where are you, Savannah? Where are you, Savannah? Where's Savannah? Savannah, come on up here. I have to. If I didn't invite her up, they'd accuse me of discrimination. That would not be. I'd be, ladies and gentlemen, the president got sued today. Savannah, come on up. I have to get her up here, and she looks so fantastic. This is ridiculous. Nothing like having a little fun. Do you agree? This is your big day. We got to get Savannah up here. Thank you, Savannah. Wow. This class has also been blessed with many tremendous athletes, including the Academy's all-time leader in receptions, yards, touchdowns, wide receiver, Brooke Dessa. Where's Brooke? Wow. That's a pretty good record, Brooke. I'll let you come up if you want. You want to come up? Come on up here, Brooke. Come on. You can see they want you up here, Brooke. So do we have a little NFL future here, maybe? I don't know. Usually that can happen when you're leading by that much. That's a lot of achievement. Thank you. You know, we've made it possible. I did this. We made it possible for people like Brooke that really have a great ability in sport and in some cases will be drafted by the NFL or have a chance of getting into the NFL or baseball or basketball or whatever it might be. The problem is they had to serve, as you know. They had to serve 5 years, and that's not exactly conducive to being drafted very high if you had to go away. So I made a decision in my first term, and we adhere to it very strongly, that when somebody has the ability going to Coast Guard or West Point, Annapolis, Air Force, any of them, if you have a student with extreme ability that gets drafted and can play in professional football, we allow you to go immediately, and you serve your time in the Coast Guard or whatever after your professional career is over. And it has made such a difference. It's also made a big difference in recruiting. That's why your teams are better today than they used to be. So I make these little contributions. I don't know if people know I made those contributions, but so Brooke, I want 25% of everything you earn. Thank you, Brooke. I appreciate it. So it's a little bit of a help, but it actually what we didn't expect. It made your recruiting much better because you're able to now recruit the top people that really have a chance of getting into professional sports, and one of the reasons you have such good teams. We also have your all-time leader in points in the assists for women lacrosse, Abby McAllister. Abby? Abby? Where are you, Abby? Stand up, Abby. Oh. Are you that good, Abby? Do you want to come up, Abby? Come on, Abby. And it has made such a difference. It's also made a big difference in recruiting. That's why your teams are better today than they used to be. So I make these little contributions. I don't know if people know I made those contributions, but so Brooke, I want 25% of everything you earn. Thank you, Brooke. I appreciate it. So it's a little bit of a help, but it actually what we didn't expect. It made your recruiting much better because you're able to now recruit the top people that really have a chance of getting into professional sports, and one of the reasons you have such good teams. We also have your all-time leader in points in the assists for women lacrosse, Abby McAllister. Abby? Abby? Where are you, Abby? Stand up, Abby. Oh. Are you that good, Abby? Do you want to come up, Abby? Come on, Abby. Come on up, Abby. See, we throw them a little off on timing when I do this, but what the hell? We have time, right? This is your day. And when somebody achieves with these people, we should give them a little extra recognition, right? That's a tough sport, Abby. I don't know. I'm not going to mess with you. That's great. That's a big record. Thank you, Abby. Of course, there are those of you who have made your mark on the school in many other ways, like the mayor of the class, Freddie Wheaton, the founder of Phi Kappa Granny, Evan Grenahan, and the leader of the esports club, Aiden Roskowski. They've done a great job. That's good. That's also called leadership. Well, everyone has worked and studied hard. Some may have spent a little bit too much time at a place called Mr. G's. I don't know what Mr. G's is. I don't know what it is, but I don't like the sound of this. I'm not. Where am I going with this one? But we want you all to have a clean slate as you begin your careers. So, therefore, Mr. Superintendent, I hereby absolve all cadets who are on restriction for minor conduct infractions and even somewhat major infractions, effective immediately. Okay? You guys, you got away with murder. I was just in a good mood. I was in a very good mood to do that. Every branch of our armed forces protects American lives, but the Coast Guard is the only service explicitly dedicated to saving them. You're saving lives. You never leave an American behind, and you never would. In the past year, our Coast Guard heroes have saved over 5,200 lives at least and helped carry out and carry over 19,000 people to safety. Amazing. One of the special cadets in this class has already saved his first life during his first-class summer, providing life-saving care to the person in distress off the coast of Alaska. Job well done. That's Mason White. Mason, thank you. Stand up, please. Thank you. Thank you, Mason. Great job. That was early on, right? And that was a great job. Thank you very much. When you leave here today, every cadet on the field will be stepping into a critical role in the defense of our country. To protect our maritime infrastructure, 12 of you will be going to Coast Guard Cyber Command. That's a big deal. 20 are heading to Coast Guard Flight School. 23 will join Prevention and Response, and a whopping 181 cadets will become afloat officers in a fleet, because, as you like to say, underway is the only way, and that's a pretty cool statement. And you know, I don't know if you know this, but I was telling your leaders before that we have 11. You know, we're way down on icebreakers, and we've ordered 11. We're working with Finland. They make icebreakers. They make the best icebreakers. We're going to learn everything we can learn. We're going to shortly make them ourselves. But we're making, right now, currently under construction, we have 11 beautiful. And I said, come on, when's the first one coming? They said, in 28. I said, I'm going to be here in 28. Maybe I'll be here in 32, too. I don't know. Maybe I will. But I'm going to be here in 28. And I'll tell you, I said, that's great, because I'm going to be there at the dedication. They have been trying to get icebreakers for years and years, and no president was able to provide them with what you need to get it done. And I want to thank the country of Finland, because they are known to make the best icebreakers. And I thought going there, for starters, you know, we tried making one, but it was too front-heavy. It wouldn't have worked, because an icebreaker has to come crashing down. And when the front weighs 4 times more than the back, bad things happen. So I realized we didn't know what the hell we were doing. I went to Finland and was with the president of Finland, and we worked out a deal. And we're making 11 total. Some of them are going to be made right here. We're going to learn the craft, and we're going to have so many icebreakers. You know, Russia has 48, and we have one very old one. It's ridiculous. And we have the whole Arctic. We have the whole region. And we're going to have a whole big fleet very shortly, and they're starting to come in a very quick fashion. After that, we're going to go way up higher. We'll have at least 55 within a short period of time, so that'll be great, and you're going to be operating them and running them, and it's probably another category. The class of 2026 is graduating at an incredible, exciting time for our nation and the Coast Guard in particular. As you enter the office corps of the greatest military in the history of the world, our national strength is back. Our morale is back. We are a confident country again. We have confidence is back. And above all, America is back, bigger and better and stronger than ever before. We have a strong, great, respected country again. We went off course. We went very sadly off course. For years, Washington, D.C. was run by foolish politicians who thought they could defy the laws of world history, violating every common sense principle, for preserving national power and national security, and they surrendered our industrial capacity to other countries, crippled our energy production, threw open our borders. We had borders with they were open borders, they called them. People came in totally unchecked and unvetted. You know how many people over 4 years in the last term? 25 million people. They came in as murderers. They were coming in from other countries. They came in from prisons. They were drug dealers. They came in from mental institutions and insane asylums. They allowed them to just flow into our country. We're getting them out. We've got a lot of them out. 11,888 murderers. Think of that. 50%, or more than 50%, committed more than one murder. They were allowed in our country. We can never forget the sins of what they did to our country, but we're getting them out. In fact, we've gotten them to the extent that we just had the best crime numbers in history. The best crime numbers, meaning the lowest crime numbers in history, were just last month released. Lowest number of murders since the year 1900, 125 years. So what they did to us is terrible, but we're getting it back into shape really properly. And now we went from the worst border in history to the strongest border we've ever had. In 11 months, not one illegal alien was able to get into our country. When you think of that, that's pretty amazing. And they can come in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in through a process. They have to love our country. They have to show us that they can love our country, not that they want to blow up our country. I think that everybody agrees with that. Under this administration, we don't apologize for American power or wealth. What we do really is we want to maximize it. We take advantage of it. We unleash it. And we wield it to pursue our country's glorious destiny and our beautiful American dream. We have the American dream back. You didn't hear about the American dream too much for 4 years, and now the American dream is back. This is truly the golden age of America. We are in now the golden age. We have more production, more people. We have more people working today than at any time in the history of our country by far. We have more people having great jobs today than at any time in the history of our country. Our country is respected all over the world. The men and women of the Coast Guard have a vital role to play in this resurgence. This is a great resurgence. We have $18 trillion being invested in the United States. That's many, many times more than ever before. In fact, you'd have to go back more than 10 years. Another country a long time ago had $3 trillion. We have $18 trillion. The last administration for 4 years had less than $1 trillion. We have $18 trillion being invested in our country in 11 months because the numbers for the 12th have not come up, so that's going to increase it yet further. So that's an honor. It's a great honor. To me, that's something special. We're building plants, auto plants, every kind of plant you can imagine all over the country. And they're coming in from Canada. They're leaving other countries. They stole our auto business. They stole our chip business. We'll have close to 50% of the chip business by the time I leave. And right now we have none, practically. And we'll have, it was taken by other places. It was taken by Taiwan. I'm not knocking them. I'm saying if they can get away with it. But if you had the right president, that would have never happened. It wouldn't have been allowed to have happened. You would have put tariffs on, and you say, that's okay, you can steal our business, but if you're going to sell, if you think you're selling those chips back into us with no tax, you can forget it. And if we did that, we wouldn't have lost those businesses, the autos, the chips, the semiconductors. All of that would be here, but it's all pouring back into our country right now because of the word tariff. As you know, one of my favorite words, I got into big trouble. I said, this is my favorite word in the dictionary, my favorite word, the word tariff. And the fake news, look at all of them back there. They said, what about God? What about wife, family? What about other things like Bible? So I was in deep trouble because I said tariff is my favorite. So I made it number 5, and now I'm okay. Now I'm okay. They think I'm kidding, but they gave me a hard time. But with your help, we're reasserting one of the most time-honored principles of our national security, that the American dominance in Western Hemisphere will not be threatened under any circumstance. As an example, we will not let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all. It's very simple. We will not let that happen. And we have great support. You wouldn't know that by reading the fake news, but we have great support. People don't want them to have a nuclear weapon, and they will not have a nuclear weapon, and they want to make a deal so badly. We'll see what happens, but we hit them very hard, but we may have to hit them even harder, but maybe not. But we're not going to let Iran have a nuclear weapon and blow up the entire Middle East, Israel, the entire Middle East, and then come here for you. Not going to happen. So just as no family can be truly secure in a violent neighborhood, we will not allow chaos, instability, or danger to fester in America's own backyard. We're not going to let it happen. One of the reasons we have Mark Wayne, and one of the reasons that I feel so good about things, is a tough cookie. You know, he was a great fighter, too. A great fighter. He was a tough cookie and a very successful fighter. His sons are all-American fighters, so they have good genetics in that family. But Mark Wayne is a tough guy I always say he's a tough guy with a great heart. And that's a good combination. So from the Gulf of America to the frozen waters of the Arctic, from the shores of Havana to the banks of the Panama Canal, we will drive out the forces of lawlessness and crime and foreign encroachment, just like we've been doing. You know, we have only 3% coming in. We were getting tremendous. You would understand this because you were involved in this. We're having tremendous amounts of drugs brought in by sea, by ocean, by water, and a tremendous amount. And we've now reduced that to 3%. So it was a big percentage, and now it's all the way down to 3%. And we've hit them very hard, as you know. Not that it's something we wanted to do. And we never miss. We never miss. We hit them very hard. And actually, people are trying to figure out who are the 3% because they happen to be the bravest people perhaps anywhere in the world. The 3% that's left, but I don't even think they have 3%. We virtually stopped it. And now we're going to stop the drugs coming in by land, and that's the easy one to do. That's the easy one. I want to thank the Coast Guard because you've been unbelievable in that endeavor. Think of it. We had a majority of drugs were coming in by the sea, by the ocean, and we have virtually stopped that. And now for the easy part, the land, much easier, and it will be equally quick. And we are going to have drugs are down by 61%, but we want to get them down to almost nothing because they've destroyed so many families, so many people, so many lives. Our Coast Guard cutters are elite tactical teams where the pivotal is enforcing our successful blockade, and you just have to see this. We have a blockade that's, they call it the wall of steel. Nobody goes through them, and you're a big part of it. Nobody goes through them. The Navy, the Coast Guard, we have ships that tried to go through, and they're saying young captains from Coast Guard Academy, the Naval Academy, Annapolis, and they're saying, do not proceed further. They have the greatest loudspeaker system, much better than this one, let me tell you. It goes over the water, it bounces on the water, and you have this young, handsome captain saying, do not proceed further. You are in enemy territory. Do not proceed further or we will shoot. And you have a ship that's like 2 football fields long that carries 2 million barrels of oil. Think of that, 2 million barrels. And on occasion, they'll try and disobey. And last week you saw one shot, not a missile shot, a bullet, a very large bullet. A bullet from 4 miles hit the rudder of the ship, and the rudder of the ship fell into the ocean. It was a beautiful thing to see. It just fell in. I said, what the hell kind of a shot was that? And the man said, no, we are going back to Iran. See, now I say Iran. I don't use because he obviously has a correct pronunciation. We will go back to Iran. And it took, with a broken rudder, with the rudder that was laying at the bottom of the sea, it took 10 miles just to turn that ship back. But nobody violates it, nobody. And I was with, as you know, President Xi of China 2 days ago. We had a tremendous meeting, very successful meeting. And he agrees our military is phenomenal. I don't want to go beyond that, but I will tell you he respects our military tremendously. Our military is respected. We have, as I said, the greatest military anywhere in the world, and we're going to keep it that way. We have a budget this year of $1.5 trillion. That's the biggest budget we've ever had. That includes the Coast Guard. Don't worry about it. Look, they're getting a little bit concerned. Don't worry, it includes you. You're going to have so many Coast Guard cutters, you're not going to know what to do with them. You'll have a cutter that's 2 years old. You say, Captain, I want the new one. Didn't used to be that way. But we have a lot of money coming your way, you know that. Because of these people and people like them, they made a great case for it, and I'm a big fan. So, we take care of it while I'm here, because we're going to take care of the Coast Guard like you wouldn't believe. And in a flawless, thank you. And in a flawless operation last January, supported by the Coast Guard, America's armed forces captured the outlaw Nicolas Maduro and brought him back to American justice. He's awaiting trial from Venezuela, an attack that took less than 1 day. And it was an amazing, I think it's one that's going to be studied for a long time. Great, smart country, very tough military country, but it really took 48 minutes and 13 seconds to be exact, but let's give it 1 day. And he's now awaiting trial. And now we have a great joint venture with Venezuela. We have millions of barrels of oil coming into Houston and coming into parts of Texas and Louisiana and Alaska. And it's been an amazing thing. Venezuela used to be a really great country 20 years ago. Then it went the wrong way. It went the way they'd like to take this country. Some lunatics would like to take this country way, way left and destroy it. But we're not going to let that happen. We're not letting that happen. This service has also been at really the center of the battle to restore sovereign borders for the United States and keep drugs and criminals out of our country, and we're keeping them out. Since I took office, the Coast Guard has seized over 206 million lethal doses of illicit narcotics, the most in the history of our country, enough to kill a country, a large country, many, many times over. And you've seized it, and you seize it constantly, and you don't play games. Last August, the Coast Guard cutter Hamilton interdicted 76,000 pounds of illegal drugs, the largest Coast Guard drug bust of all time, largest ever. And I'm telling you, the Coast Guard has always been good, but you've stepped it up even beyond that. 5 cadets graduating today were part of that historic action. And I'll mention their name. Elliot Coles, stand up, Elliot. Jenna Lewandowski, Piper Stevens, Hannah Warner Kay, and J.J. Banek Gebel. Thank you. Great job. Thank you very much. The Coast Guard has also played an important role in Operation Epic Fury to ensure that the Iranian regime never obtains a nuclear weapon. Just 2 months ago, off the Coast Guard at Malaysia, a highly trained U.S. Coast Guard tactical team helped seize a sanctioned Iranian oil tanker that had been used to transport over 1 million barrels of oil from Kharg Island into the coffers of Iran. We don't want that to happen. This is the 3rd sanctioned Iranian vessel the Coast Guard has helped capture since we began the fighting, the real fighting with Iran, and many more to come, I suspect, unless they get smart. Everywhere you go, you say, never forget. You represent the most righteous, successful, and exceptional nation in all of history, and you were really put in a position where you wear the uniform, the most powerful military ever to sail the seas. You are right now at the pinnacle of this nation. You are at the pinnacle. 4 years ago, 3 years ago, I couldn't have said that. I wouldn't have been up here, but I couldn't have said that. You were not at the pinnacle at all. Right now, you're at the pinnacle of the Coast Guard, at the pinnacle of the military, and that military includes the Coast Guard will soon be stronger and more powerful than ever before with all of the things we've done. Last year, I signed a record-setting $25 billion investment in the Coast Guard, including funding for 22 new cutters, 40 new search and rescue helicopters, 25 state-of-the-art icebreakers, and we're also providing $380 million for renovations and improvements right here at the Academy. The Academy is going to be so beautiful. It's already beautiful, frankly, but it's going to be tippy-top, as I say. It's going to be perfect. Under our leadership, this service is seeing more action than at any time in many decades. I would say at any time, period, you've never seen what is happening. And the Coast Guard, as good as it has been, has never seen what's happening to it right now. and the spirit has never been higher. And I think we can say that. It starts with the leadership, but I think the spirit with the Coast Guard has never been higher than it's been right now. And I got to know a couple of people over the police, firemen, anybody with a uniform. They didn't want to be associated with our country, frankly. And last year, the Coast Guard beat its recruitment goals by 120%. And we have so many people wanting to get into the Coast Guard and all levels of the military now that weren't even thinking about it. To me, it's one of the most exciting things. When I first came, we had the election on November 5th, and it really started from the day of the election. But we had the election on November 5th. But I will tell you, before that, you couldn't recruit people to go into the military. Nobody wanted to be there. They were trying to reduce standards. Now the standards, I hate to say, are through the roof. But now we have lines of people wanting to get into every group of, whether it's the Navy, the Coast Guard. And I will tell you, I looked at the numbers, the Coast Guard in particular. You have exceeded your numbers. You have a waiting list that's a mile long of people that want to get in. So I think I have to say congratulations on that. You know, it's a really big deal. And by the end of my term, we are adding 15,000 new Coast Guardsmen. And we're going to have them added to the list because of all the new equipment that we've ordered. And it's a true honor to be your commander-in-chief. I mean, I'm looking at you. I'm glad to get to shake hands of a few of your outstanding people. But every one of you are outstanding. You're in a category that's really very unique, very hard to be, very hard to get there. Now you know, even by the recruitment numbers, you know it is. But beyond that, it's just a very special group of people, and you are a very special group of people. As you begin your important new missions and your mission in life, today let me leave you with a few words of advice to maybe help you a little bit on your way. First, most important, never ever give up. Never give up. They ask me, how do you be successful, sir? Starts with never give up. I've learned a lot about life, but the one thing I've really learned is that perseverance, never quitting, never giving up is a big deal. You'll be right there, right at the gate, and you've seen it. You've seen it in sports. You've seen it. They're right there at the gate, and they give up. Never give up. And whatever happens, no matter where you are in life or what situation you find yourself in the seas or anywhere else that you may be, keep pushing forward. Always push forward. Never stop pushing forward. No matter how terrible the storm, no matter how difficult the mission, never surrender. Keep going, keep fighting, and make the adversary quit first. Let them quit. They're going to quit if you keep going. Second, at this pivotal time of transformation for our armed forces, you have to think big. It's much better thinking big. Small solutions yield small results. Only big ideas will yield to tremendous change and greatness. Americans do not want to live in a world ruled by someone else's big ideas. Live in a future and shape your future. And you want to dominate your future, and you want to dominate it for your great military and for your country. Think big. During the course of your Coast Guard careers, it will be time for incredible change, and change is going to happen, change that we can't even think of right now. The things will happen, and I believe for the best, hopefully for the best, but I believe for the best. But things will happen that you can't even imagine. And it's going to be very exciting, but the way that's going to happen is through thinking big. Nothing great was ever built. Think of that. Nothing great was ever built without the word momentum at your side. In times of your life, you'll have momentum. That's the time you go for it. I tell stories about people that lost their momentum and they went and it didn't work out well. You know when you're doing well. You know when you have that positive momentum. So take that momentum and go for it. So many people, they wait the wrong time. You know when it's right. Go with the momentum. The towering men and women of history have always been people of action. You answered the call to serve, and now you need to make sure that most of your time is spent on very important roles in life. You've done a lot, and you've had a lot of relaxation. Frankly, if you enjoy what you're doing, there's no such thing as work. It's not work. What you're doing, I would say with most of you, it's not work. What you've done is a lot of work, but it's not work. It really isn't. It's a great pleasure. I find myself, I work a lot. They say he's a workaholic. I'm not a workaholic. It would be tough if I didn't do things. If I didn't do things, I don't know what I'd be doing. It probably wouldn't be good. But you got to love it. And if you love it, it's never considered work. There will always be time for taking the easy path, and there'll be times when you want to do that or to settle for maybe a short-term fix, but for the best results, it'll always be a product of unbelievably hard work. That's why I always sign something. They say, oh, could you put something on? I say, work hard. To a young person, work hard, because you have to work hard. It's so competitive. Life is so competitive. You have to work hard. It's never going to come easy. You have to work hard. A lot of great athletes, they say, the harder it work. I remember Gary Player, a great golfer. He was somewhat smaller than other great athletes. And he said, the harder I work, the luckier I get. That was the first time I heard it. I've heard that expression a lot, but the first time was from the great Gary Player, one of the top 3 golfers of all time. And he said, the harder I work, the luckier I get. It's a great expression. Fourth, as you go into life, and right here at the Coast Guard, you want to keep your eyes in the boat. You want to have your eyes in the boat. You know what that expression means better than anybody. Do not be distracted by what's outside. You just want to look back and you want to just see what's happening, but keep your eyes in the boat, a Coast Guard expression. Focus on the task before you and move forward. Always, always move forward, never move back. Remember, what actually matters and pursuit of success it really has to be relentless. You've got to be relentless. And many of you are relentless. You wouldn't be here if you weren't, because there are 10 people for every seat that I'm looking at, 10 people, and I think even more than that wanted that seat, and you made it. So finally, you have to be strong. You have to be really strong, and I don't mean just with muscle strength. I mean with mental strength, and you have to be brave. In your profession, you have a level of bravery that has to supersede a normal person's bravery. But that's why you're here. America was not founded by weak and timid men or women who cowered in the face of evil or sat by as danger loomed. As President Theodore Roosevelt said, freedom is not a gift that lasts long in the hands of cowards and weak people. Today, our country faces the threats that are very strong, but we have a much stronger country today than we had 2 years ago. Today, the threats that looked really bad 2 years ago, 3 years ago, we had a country that was rudderless, just like that ship that had its rudder shot off. We have a country now with very strong, powerful rudders. But every one of you has your soul, the strength and courage to face whatever comes before you. You're going to do unbelievably well. I mean, just have no idea. I look at audiences all the time, but I'm looking at this audience. It's just an incredible group of people, a beautiful, beautiful, brilliant group of people. So you're brave and you're bold and you're always ready to go, and you inherit the legacy of some of the most daring and intrepid Americans ever to live. You are inheriting the mantle of some of the bravest people, some of the most incredible warriors ever, right here. A tradition of pride and glory and greatness passed down from one generation to the Coast Guard heroes to the next. You had great heroes. In World War II, the Coast Guard was the first branch of the military to seize a Nazi vessel and take enemy prisoners. The first one to do it was the Coast Guard. The first branch to traverse the Northwest Passage, and the first to sail a ship right up the middle of the frigid seas to the North Pole. You were the first. You were the first to do so much. And that's not going to change. And now you have equipment. I think we can say definitely when all that new equipment comes in, Admiral, you have equipment the likes of which the Coast Guard has never had before. So you'll have many ships sailing up instead of one. You're going to be doing things that nobody even thought possible. You have on order. Some of it's already delivered, but you have on order the best equipment anywhere in the world. There's no other Coast Guard. There's no other, frankly, Navy that has anything like what's coming your way. On September 11th, 2001, amid the rubble, dust, and debris, it was the Coast Guard that organized the largest boat lift in all of history, evacuating 500,000 people from lower Manhattan. That was a terrible day. The gleaming white hulls and the blazing red stripes of your cutters have sliced through the horizon of nearly every major waterway on Earth. Every day, Coast Guard members plunge into pitch-black oceans, rush onto roaring surfs, and do battle with Mother Nature at her absolute worst. Mother Nature like few can imagine it even exists. And I've seen it. I've seen things that I said, nobody's going into that storm, and you guys go into it like it's just another day of work. You fly into gale force winds, smash into 50-foot waves, storm into floods of fire and shrapnel, and swarm through water so cold that it will snap a ship in half with just the wrong hit of a wave. But your fellow Americans, and above all, you're from the Coast Guard. There's nothing, absolutely nothing, that a Coast Guardsman cannot do. There really isn't. I've seen so much. I mean, as president, I've just seen so much. I've seen people that were going to be decimated, that were going to be destroyed in sea. I told you about some of the hurricanes. They were out at sea. They were boating, and they got caught. They wanted to go a little closer, a little closer, a little closer, and then they got gobbled up by nature. And the only way they could have survived was what you people were able to do. You went in there, and you got them. It wasn't easy. It was very dangerous. No matter how perilous the task, you're unafraid, and you're just an unstoppable force, and you want to stay that way. The U.S. Coast Guard has never, ever let us down. And with men and women like the great class of 2026, I know that will never happen. You're going to go on to greatness, the likes of which even the Coast Guard has not seen. So wherever the duty calls, whatever danger comes our way, you will fight, 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 and you will win, win, win. I want to just say a very strong God bless the Coast Guard Academy, the class of 2026. God bless the United States military, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much. Have a great, great, and stellar career. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
President Donald Trump wrapping up his remarks at the U.S. Coast Guard Academy, where he spoke at a commencement there and spoke for a while. Meanwhile, let me go ahead and give you a live look at inside Freedom Tower in Miami, where we are waiting to hear from the Department of Justice, from several Florida officials as well, giving an update on what we expect to be an announcement about the indictment of Raul Castro. So we will be bringing you this coming up in just a little bit. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Give you a live look right now inside the Freedom Tower in Miami, where we're expecting an announcement around 1 o'clock from the Department of Justice, from some Florida officials as well, where we're expecting an announcement about the indictment of the former Cuban president. So we will be listening in to that and bring that news conference to you live when that begins, again scheduled for 1 o'clock. And a number of officials expected to be at that news conference, including the acting Attorney General of the United States, as well as the Florida Attorney General, Senator Ashley Moody, and several others. So we will, again, bring that to you live when it does begin. Meanwhile, we heard earlier today from several members of Congress from Florida, including Carlos Jimenez, Mario Diaz-Balart, Maria Elvira Salazar, who all spoke kind of laying the groundwork for this and making the case for why they believe an indictment of Raul Castro is important in connection with the 1996 shootdown of the Brothers to the Rescue civilian aircraft. So I want to play for you some of their remarks earlier today as they kind of made the case and explained why they believe an indictment would be an important step.
February 24th, 1996. 3 Cessnas are flying in international airspace, really on a rescue mission, to look for in the ocean Cubans that may have grabbed a raft, a makeshift boat, jumped into the ocean, trying to reach freedom. And trying to reach freedom from that repressive regime just 90 miles away from the United States. So 3 Cessnas were flying, just looking for those. And if they would see one of those rafts, they would notify the U.S. Coast Guard to go then rescue them. That's what they did. That's what they were doing on February 24th, 1996. But then all of a sudden, MiGs show up from the Castro regime. MiGs, using missiles, shot down 2 of those unarmed Cessnas in international airspace, killing 4 individuals: Mario de la Peña, Pablo Morales, Carlos Costa, and Alejandre Jr. This was premeditated murder of 3 Americans and 1 U.S. resident. Premeditated murder. Ordered, as was known then and is known today, by Raul Castro himself. We know that because there are recordings. We know that because they've said that they did that. Fidel Castro said it in an interview, and Raul, there's an audio recording, among other sources, where they basically say, yes, we did it, and Raul Castro was the one who gave the order to go ahead and kill, in a premeditated, cold-blooded fashion, these individuals. And since then, many of us and our community has been asking for justice. And sadly, time and time again, the United States, for now decades, has just looked the other way, which we think is unacceptable, unforgivable, which is why, time and time again, and we can go back to Congresswoman Ileana Ros-Lehtinen, and Congressman Lincoln Diaz-Balart, where they pleaded with the Clinton administration to just bring justice to these Americans who were murdered in cold blood. We, those of us here, wrote a letter to the President of the United States, to the Attorney General, just asking for justice for these murdered individuals who were murdered in cold blood. But we have a different president now. We have a president who's not willing to look the other way when the national security interests of the United States are threatened, and in particular, when Americans are harmed. So today, there's a big announcement taking place in Miami. We're here. We're here. We expect that the day of justice is finally arriving. and that these individuals, and I want to mention their names again, Mario de la Peña, Pablo Morales, Carlos Costa, and Armando Alejandre, will have their day of justice. We are so grateful for this administration for not looking the other way, for the atrocities committed in Cuba by the regime, by the damage that that regime has done and continues to do to the national interest and the national security interests of the United States, and yes, for standing up for these murdered Americans whose day of justice is finally coming to fruition. Let me now, you want to be, who? Actually, I think we start with you. Is it seniority?
Well, then Carlos.
Then
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
We're all the same.
Go ahead.
Carlos.
All right.
We're all in the same class.
We're on the same.
Yeah, but he's born in Cuba, so he goes first.
Okay.
Just want to follow up on what my colleague Mario Diaz-Balart has said and reiterate again what this is really all about. The number one job of a government is the protection of its citizens. And for far too long, this incident has gone without any repercussions for any of the people, or at least the person most responsible for this act, which was Raul Castro. And so, to reiterate again exactly what this was a flight of 3 civilian aircraft, Cessnas. They were on a humanitarian mission. They were looking for Cuban rafters in the Florida Straits. Now, mind you, we don't know how many hundreds, if not thousands, of Cubans actually died in the Florida Straits trying to make the crossing from Cuba to Florida to find freedom. Now, think about that. These Cubans that were fleeing the island would get on anything that would float, an inner tube, makeshift rafts. Some even converted pickup trucks into boats to get away from this murderous regime. And all these gentlemen and women in one of the planes that she was lucky it wasn't shot down, we're just looking for these rafters in the middle of the Florida Straits so that they wouldn't die. And then they would report the position to the Coast Guard. That's all they were doing. They weren't carrying any drugs. They weren't doing anything illicit. And they were international waters, and they were American citizens. Why it's taken 30 years, I don't know. Why? But again, the number one job of any government is to protect its citizens. And finally, this administration, the Trump administration, has finally taken notice of that and said, yes, we will protect American citizens. And yes, maybe justice comes a little late in this case, but justice will be served. And there will be consequences to pay if you harm American citizens in international waters, international airspace, for no reason at all. And believe me, this was no reason at all. And so Mario de la Peña, Pablo Morales, Carlos Costa, Armando Alejandre Jr., their families, can get a sense of justice today, if in fact Raul Castro is indicted for murder down in Miami, which is what we expect. I'm very proud to have signed the letter on February 13th, along with Mario and Maria Salazar and Nicole Maliotakis, asking the Trump administration to do exactly what we expect is going to happen this morning. It is justice delayed, but at least it's justice. And it's something that we've been looking for, a long time. In my community down in South Florida, the people I represent have been looking for this day. I'm praying for this day for a very, very long time. And so with that, I will turn it over to
As that news conference from earlier continues, we are going to take a quick break right now ahead of this announcement that we expect to begin any minute now. Again, give you a live look right now inside the Freedom Tower in Miami, where this news conference with DOJ and state officials as well expected to begin any minute now. We'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We are anticipating an announcement in the next few minutes. The Department of Justice expected to give an update on the indictment of Raul Castro, the former Cuban leader, who is expected to be charged in connection with the shootdown of two planes operated by a civilian group, a Miami-based group of Exile Brothers to the Rescue. Raul Castro at the time was Cuba's defense minister. He is now 94 years old. That shooting again happened that shoot down happened 30 years ago. And so we're anticipating a bit of a ceremony this afternoon to recognize and honor and remember the victims of that, and also announce and unseal a federal indictment for Raul Castro, going to be likely facing federal charges in connection with this. This news conference is expected to begin any minute now inside the Freedom Tower in Miami. If you look at the top left there, you have a live view of that from this camera that's on the Miami-Dade College Wolfson campus, right across from the Kaseya Center in Biscayne Bay in South Florida. And so you can see also inside that the hall there, it is packed. We have seen a number of folks, state lawmakers, other officials gathering, taking pictures, kind of commemorating this moment and what is expected to be a historic moment when this announcement is made momentarily. Again, this news conference expected to begin around 1 o'clock, and so we will bring this to you live as soon as it does begin. Before we went to break, we were just listening to officials and members of Congress speaking earlier today on Capitol Hill, talking about this move, talking about why they believe it is such an important step that Raul Castro be indicted for this. We heard Congressman Mario Diaz-Balart and Carlos Jimenez talking about what they believe was a long-delayed step to justice for this. And so at this news conference, we're expecting to hear from Todd Blanche, the acting Attorney General of the United States, Jason Redding Quinones, the U.S. Attorney in South Florida, Christopher Raya, the FBI Deputy Director, also Senator Ashley Moody, Republican Senator, who is going to be here as well, and Florida Attorney General James Othmeyer. We are seeing, I'm trying to see here if we're seeing any of those officials inside this hall. We appear to be moving closer to the start of this, and we will bring this to you any minute now as soon as this gets underway. Again, expected to be a historic moment. I want to play for you from this news conference earlier, where we also heard from Congresswoman Maria Elvira Salazar, a Republican from South Florida, who was also talking about the importance of this indictment.
All right. Well, I think I'm the last one, and I'm delighted to be here with my colleagues. We all represent South Florida, the heart of the Cuban exile community in the United States. And Nicole, that even though she represents, but I'm sure that you do have a lot of Cuban constituents. I am not gonna, I am not going to repeat what my colleagues have said. We all know that the Castro regime, Raul and Fidel, Raul being the defense minister, was the one who ordered a shooting down of those two American planes in the Florida Straits in international waters just because they were trying to look for rafters and give them a hand not to be drowned or be eaten by the sharks. So I'm not going to repeat. We know that the United States is going to do the right thing today, a little bit later on today. But I just want to put into perspective what this means for our communities and for the United States. Today is a glorious day for the Cuban people. After 6 decades of tragedy, of misery, of distressed, Cubans will be free soon. And there are no words to describe the joy they feel, not only the Cubans on the island, but the Cubans that we represent in South Florida, who live abroad, others who live abroad, but we represent all of them all over the country and across the world. I repeat, today is a glorious day for those Cubans who had to leave their homeland unwillingly, the people that we represent in the city of Miami, only because of the cruelty and the wickedness of a group of gangsters, the Castro family, who did nothing but seize the island to turn it into their own business. The Castros are in the business of power, not in the business of feeding the Cuban people on the island. But thank God, everything indicates that it's over and that we are at the beginning of the end. Today is the beginning of the end for the Castro family. And just like this poster says it, they belong to that group of gangsters. The Ayatollahs, Maduro, and he is pending, and that will end today. Thanks to President Trump. We thank the president who has taken the initiative to think about the Western Hemisphere, and especially about Cuba, because we know that Cuba is the epicenter of evil in this hemisphere. President Trump has set this agenda, the America First agenda. Well, Cuba falls right into it, because when it comes to the island, that is perfectly within the plan. A closed Cuba, I mean, we're only 90 miles away. Cuba is only 90 miles away from the city that I represent, the city of Miami in South Florida. A friendly Cuba, a prosperous Cuba, will help with the United States economy, with politics, with immigration, and that is what this country needs. Friends are in this Western Hemisphere, friends around the United States. President Trump realized that we are deeply grateful to his administration and to his leadership. And today marks the moment when 60 years of destruction will come to an end. For that reason, I'm speaking on behalf of everyone that I have behind me. The message is for the Castro family. Understand this well, that your days are over. A federal indictment is serious stuff. If not, look at that example. Maduro thought that Trump was fooling, and he was just fooling him, and he was playing around. And President Trump gave him enough time for him to think what to do with his destiny. Look what Maduro did. He thought that President Trump was not serious. And look where Maduro is today, in a federal prison in New York. So we are sending the message to the Castro family. It's time for you to leave. It's time for you to heed the signal from the White House and do not fall into the abyss. You have the option not to wind up where Maduro is. You can leave now and let the island in the hands of the opposition forces, in the hands of freedom. So that destiny can bring Cuba to a different place. So once again, we thank the President of the United States for taking this action, for bringing justice. But like Maliatakis said, there's not only the first crime that the Castro family has committed against the Cubans. We're talking about 67 years of misery, of cruelty, of being morally despicable. And thank God to this administration and to the White House and to the American people that the Cubans will be free again and will be friends with the United States for the next 100 years.
Was Congresswoman Maria Elvira Salazar saying earlier today that today spells the beginning of the end for the Castro family in Cuba. We're awaiting this announcement that should begin any minute now. We are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, giving you two different looks inside the Freedom Tower in Miami, where we are waiting for this Department of Justice news conference any minute now, giving an update, talking about what is expected to be the unsealed indictment of Raul Castro being discussed at a ceremony honoring the victims killed in the 1996 shootdown of the Brothers to the Rescue civilian plane. It was a Miami-based exile group that was shot down. And so these charges expected to be in connection with that. Again, this indictment, according to multiple reports, about to be unsealed at this news conference where we will hear from the acting Attorney General, Todd Blanche, other top DOJ officials, including the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida, the Deputy Director of the FBI, Senator Ashley Moody, and State Attorney General James Uthmeier, all expected to be at this ceremony, this news conference, and expected to speak. So we will bring this to you live when it does begin, which we do expect to be momentarily. Now, we did hear earlier today, as we listened to some of the initial remarks from several Florida members of Congress, Carlos Jimenez, Mario Diaz-Balart, Maria Elvira Salazar. They also took questions from reporters earlier today at their news conference on Capitol Hill, where they had been discussing the case against Raul Castro and why they believe this was an important step. So while we're waiting on this DOJ news conference to begin, I'm going to listen to a little bit more of their take on all of this. Again, this was earlier today on Capitol Hill.
After what we saw with Maduro in Venezuela in January, do you believe the Trump administration should take a similar step if Raul Castro is indicted later this afternoon?
You want to go ahead? It certainly is an option, and it's certainly something that Raul Castro has to think about. It happened some 30-something years ago in Panama, and it happened just a few months ago in Venezuela with Nicolas Maduro. So it's not without precedent. And so, do I think it should happen? I think that Raul Castro should be brought to justice. But again, that's up to the President of the United States, the manner in which Raul Castro will be brought to justice. Let me also.
I think, yeah.
Go.
I think that's exactly what should happen. And that's exactly what is good for the United States. We cannot have these thieves running that island any longer, because we know that they have given a platform to our enemies for years. Hezbollah, Hamas, Iran, China, and Russia. So as I said, it's the first time that an American president is thinking about the Western Hemisphere and is going to do anything he needs to do in order to protect the fatherland, the homeland. And that's what we need to do. So what President Trump, I believe, is doing is just sending a very clear message to Raul. Look at Maduro. Look at Maduro. If you do not want to wind up where he's at, then go. Because that's the beauty of the United States, that we're giving these thugs the opportunity of leaving so we can make things easier for the people. It happened in Venezuela. I do believe that is going to happen in Cuba. And that's exactly what the president needs to do. Send that message. If they don't heed the message, then it's going to happen the same thing to Maduro. Because President Trump is thinking about the Western Hemisphere, which is like Marco Rubio said, whatever thing happens in the Western Hemisphere, because of the proximity, it affects us, the homeland, faster and with more severity. So I do believe that Trump, who has no fear, will do, if they don't get it, he will do exactly what he did with Maduro, bring Maduro to justice.
Axios reported yesterday that there's intelligence that suggests Cuba is in possession of 400-something drones.
Yes. We've known that for a while, by the way.
And the president of Cuba has threatened a bloodbath if the U.S. takes military action, presumably, to carry out a law enforcement operation such as I didn't understand everything that was said today, but are you concerned about?
So can I answer that, and then I'll give you? Do you really think that the Castro family is going to dare to attack with drones the United States? Well, if they do, you know what that means, right? So, I don't even have to tell you, because I'm not speaking for the president. I do not know what the Department of War is going to do. But we do know that the Castros know better. And I do not believe that they will dare to do that because it will be something terribly bad for them, which I cannot go into. I do also want to stress the fact that how come they can buy 400 drones when they don't have electricity, water, medicine, clothes, nothing for their population? There goes to show you who they are. They can invest in drones to attack us, but they cannot invest in food for their own.
Regardless of the morality of the Cuban regime.
Okay.
The idea that U.S. troops could die in large numbers, or be injured in large numbers, how does that factor into the decision to try to seize Raul Castro? Like, is it worth that kind of American life, even if ultimately it results?
No one has mentioned that there will be any United States troops on the island of Cuba. No one has mentioned that. Look at Venezuela. I do believe that we should follow that example, but I'm going to give my colleagues the opportunity.
I will. I hardly ever disagree with my colleague. I will disagree with her on one thing, that Cuba possessing 400 drones is a direct threat to the United States, and so okay, and so it's that's why Cuba poses a security threat to the United States. Those 300 drones, if they're anything like the ones that are used in the Ukrainian war, or actually right now Iran is using, they have the ability to reach just about any part of the southeast United States, and so that's why Cuba poses a direct threat to the United States. Do we have the capability to shoot them down? Yeah, we have the capability to shoot them down. Okay, doesn't mean that they won't use them. Okay, we don't know if they will, but the fact they even have them does pose a threat to the United States. And so, you know, the president, when he captured Nicolas Maduro, there was always a threat to and a risk to the armed forces of the United States, because that was a legal it was a legal action, but had to be guarded by U.S. military because Maduro was being surrounded by Cuban security, and they had to get through Cuban security in order to arrest him. Same is likely, obviously, in Cuba, but you know, the president will take, you know, that in consideration. We don't know what's going to happen, but we do know that, hey, other people have been indicted. Other leaders have been indicted around this hemisphere, and more than one president, you know, has taken action against those leaders that were indicted and sent military troops to carry out that legal action. And so, again, it's an option that the president has. You know, these four individuals are screaming and yelling from their grave for justice. Their families are asking for justice. And the Cuban people are asking for justice because they've been suffering for 65 years. Now, I said it in Spanish. I didn't say it in English. These are just four of probably thousands of people that Raul Castro has murdered throughout his time in Cuba. And then you also have to think about the hundreds, if not thousands, of people that died in the Straits of Florida trying to reach freedom because of the conditions that were created on the island that forced them basically to throw themselves into the sea, into the ocean, in order to seek freedom. Who caused that? Raul Castro and Fidel Castro. Those are the ones that caused those conditions to force these people to take that extraordinary action. And so, you know, it's time for justice, all right? And I'm very happy that the Trump administration, this president, is taking decisive action against this regime, which not only has denied its people freedom for over 65 years, all right, and put thousands of people in prison, political prisoners, simply for asking for freedom, has killed God knows how many people. It's time, you know, this president has finally seen that, and they're also, that regime poses a threat to our security here in the United States.
And let me just, I want to make one last statement and important question. Look, every thug, every gangster in history always likes to blame the United States and always talks about how it's going to be a bloodbath if anything happens to try to eliminate their power. Soleimani used to say that. Baghdadi acted and, was responsible for a lot of deaths. Clearly, Maduro was saying that every single day. Today, we're talking about the indictment, the possible indictment of a person who ordered the murder of 3 American citizens and 1 American resident who were flying Cessnas in international airspace. But is there any doubt that that regime, which has been on the state sponsor of terrorism list since the 1980s, and then a couple of Democratic presidents to try to appease the regime took them off, and then they've been put back on. So it's a state sponsor of terrorism. It harbors fugitives from U.S. law. I can give you names. It harbors terrorists and terrorist groups, ETA, FARC, Hezbollah, Polisario, even has trained in Cuba, and we can go on and on. Hamas. It has sent troops throughout the hemisphere and throughout the world. Obviously, we all know the example of those who were protecting Maduro from the Venezuelan people were Cuban troops. By the way, while the regime in Cuba denied that they were there until right before the U.S. did what it did, the Ukrainian intelligence, and we had a hearing with them in Congress, has stated that there are up to 20,000 Cubans fighting with Putin's troops against the Ukrainians. And now we also know, right, that they now have hundreds of Iranian drones that can strike the homeland. I can speak for days about why it's such a national security threat to the United States. I forgot to mention, the largest armament shipment in violation of UN sanctions to North Korea, came from where? Cuba. From Cuba. By the way, an island where it can't feed its people, it doesn't have electricity for its people, but they figure out ways to do harm to the United States, our national security around the world. It is a clear and present danger to the United States of America. Controlled by one family. This president is not willing to look the other way, which is why we are extremely grateful to President Trump, his administration, and the leadership coming from President Trump. Thank you all very much for being here today.
That was Congressman Mario Diaz-Balart. Before those final remarks from him, you heard from Congressman Carlos Jimenez, who we should note is currently the only Cuban-born member of Congress. Looks like we are seeing some activity inside the Freedom Tower, where we are awaiting this announcement any minute now from the Department of Justice, expected to give an update on the indictment of the former Cuban president in connection with that attack in 1996, the shootdown of the Brothers to the Rescue, a civilian plane. We are going to take another quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus before this news conference gets underway. Don't worry, you won't miss anything. We'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let's go ahead and listen in as this news conference gets underway in Miami.
Today we gather at the Freedom Tower for a solemn and meaningful occasion as we welcome representatives from the United States Department of Justice, community leaders, families, honored guests to commemorate the legacy of the Brothers to the Rescue and honor the victims whose lives were tragically lost in this pursuit of freedom. This ceremony is deeply significant because we stand here at the Freedom Tower, our Freedom Tower, a place that represents refuge, resilience, and enduring hope for those who came to America seeking liberty after fleeing a tyranny and oppression in Cuba. So many of our parents, our uncles and aunts, walked through these doors, 400,000 of them, looking for hope and opportunity. Today is their day. For generations of Cuban exiles, this building became more than a processing center. It became a symbol that freedom was still possible, a symbol that democracy, human dignity, and human rights matter. Today, we remember the 4 brave men of the Brothers to the Rescue, whose lives were taken on February 24th, 1996. Not in war, but during a humanitarian mission rooted in compassion and in courage. Their sacrifice became a painful reminder to the world of the brutality of the Cuban regime and the high price so many have paid for speaking freely, defending democracy, and standing for human rights. We also recognize the countless victims who have suffered under the Cuban regime across generations, prisoners, families separated by exile, those silenced for dissonance, and all who have endured persecution, all in the pursuit of freedom and dignity. Their stories, our stories, are part of the larger story of Cuba, but also the part of the story of Miami and this Freedom Tower itself. As we gather today, may we honor the memory of those not only with reflection, but with renewed commitment to truth, to justice, and to the preservation of the democratic values for future generations. Thank you for being here today for this important commemoration. May God bless each of you, and may God bless the United States of America. And to our brothers and sisters in Cuba, we hear you. Freedom will come. Cuba will be libre. It is now my distinct honor, representing all of you, to introduce the United States Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's great to be here in the great state of Florida. Today, we are announcing an indictment charging Raul Castro and several others with conspiracy to kill U.S. nationals. Mr. Castro and the others are charged with additional crimes as well, including destruction of aircraft and 4 individual counts of murder. The indictment was returned by a grand jury sitting in this district in Miami on April 23rd, 2026, and was unsealed today. For nearly 30 years, the families of 4 murdered Americans have waited for justice. On February, this is a story all too familiar. On February 24th, 1996, 2 civilian aircraft operated by Brothers to the Rescue were shot down over international waters by military aircraft from Cuba. 4 men were killed: Carlos Costa, Armando Alejandro Jr., Mario de la Peña, and Pablo Morales. They were unarmed civilians and were flying humanitarian missions for the rescue and protection of people fleeing oppression across the Florida Straits. As alleged in the indictment, Raul Castro and 5 co-defendants participated in a conspiracy that ended with Cuban military aircraft firing missiles at those civilian planes and killing 4 Americans. Those are the allegations returned by a federal grand jury. My message today is clear. The United States and President Trump does not and will not forget its citizens. I want to say that we also do not forget the families, the loved ones, and the friends who have carried grief and heartache for 30 years. For the first time in nearly 70 years, senior leadership of the Cuban regime has been charged in this country, in the United States of America, for acts of violence resulting in the deaths of American citizens. Nations and their leaders cannot be permitted to target Americans, kill them, and not face accountability. President Trump is committed to restoring a very simple but important principle. If you kill Americans, we will pursue you, no matter who you are, no matter what title you hold, and in this case, no matter how much time has passed. I want to thank, and everybody in this room should thank, the FBI, the prosecutors, and the agents who worked on this matter. It includes the intelligence community and our federal and state law enforcement partners. They did the work here, so thank you. There's a reason why myself and the senator and other leadership are here and not in Washington, D.C. to announce this indictment. The community here, you all, understands the history of the Cuban regime better than anyone in America. Many families here know the cost of oppression. I've heard stories over the past week and past months, every one of them heartbreaking. They know that the pain caused by the regime did not stop at the island's shores. And today's indictment, while it does not bring back the murdered victims, it makes a statement. The United States government has not forgotten these innocent men who were shot out of the sky. And as in every criminal case, the defendants are presumed innocent until proven guilty by a jury of their peers. But today, the Department of Justice has taken an important step and brought this indictment. I'm proud to stand here on this podium with U.S. Attorney Jason Redding Quinones to my right, Chris Rea, Deputy Director of the FBI. You're gonna get to clap. You're gonna get to clap for Jason in 20 seconds. Chris Rea, Deputy Director of the FBI, and James Utheimer, the Attorney General of this great state. And your great U.S. Senator is here as well. She's very busy in D.C., but wouldn't miss this for the world. So thank you for being here, Senator Moody. So I want to thank Jason for his leadership down here in Florida. He's doing a great job beyond today, and I'd also ask him to replace me at the podium to say a few words. So thank you, Jason, very much.
Good afternoon, and thank you all for being here. It may sound a little repetitive, some of the things we're saying, but they're worthy of saying twice, 3 times, 100 times. So bear with us. For nearly 70 years, the communist Cuban regime has acted with impunity in its systematic repression of its people. And for the last 30 years, this regime's senior leadership has gone unchallenged for its murder of 4 Americans. Today, the United States announces a historic indictment charging Raul Castro and 5 co-defendants for their roles in the February 24th, 1996 shootdown of 2 brothers to the rescue. A Miami grand jury has charged these defendants with conspiracy to kill U.S. nationals, destruction of aircraft, and 4 counts of murder. The victims were 4 unarmed civilian pilots engaged in humanitarian work: Carlos Costa, Armando Alejandre Jr., Mario de la Peña, and Pablo Morales. They were not combatants, they were not armed, and they posed no threat. According to the indictment, Raul Castro, then Minister of the Cuban Revolutionary Armed Forces, authorized and oversaw a military chain of command that ended with Cuban fighter jets firing air-to-air missiles at civilian aircraft over international waters. Those missiles destroyed the planes without warning and killed all aboard. For 30 years, the families have waited. The Miami community has waited, and our country has waited. Today is a step towards accountability. This is the first time in almost 70 years that a senior leadership of the Cuban regime has been charged in the United States for acts of violence resulting in the death of Americans. The passage of time does not erase murder. It does not diminish the value of those lives, and it does not weaken our commitment to the rule of law. Standing here in the Freedom Tower gives this moment added meaning. This is the Ellis Island for Cuban refugees. It was the main processing center for countless exiles who fled communist Cuba with the hopes of reaching the American dream. My own mother spent her first night in the United States in this very building. After fleeing brutal communist Cuba, like so many families in Miami, mine understands what it means to arrive here with little more than hope and a chance to rebuild under the protection of American law. That history reminds me of the duty we carry, a duty to seek justice for victims, a duty to stand with families who have carried this pain for decades, and a duty to make it clear that those who kill Americans cannot simply wait out American justice. Today's date, May 20th, also carries deep meaning for the Cuban people. It is their 4th of July. It marks Cuba's independence from colonial Spain. It reminds us that the pursuit of freedom, dignity, and accountability spans generations and still lives alive and well in the heart of the Cuban community. Today's indictment is one part of that long effort. When I came into office in August of last year, I made reviving this case a priority. And I want to thank the team that made it happen. My first assistant, U.S. Attorney Yara Lorenzo Kalukas. And my assistant United States Attorneys, Abby Waxman and Mike Guilfard. In conjunction with FBI Miami's Cuban squad, which we're not going to name or show their faces, for their commitment and drive to seeing this case through. It's incredible work. I also want to thank Mr. Attorney General for his incredible support and steady leadership of the department. And before I conclude, I also want to acknowledge the assistance of Florida Attorney General's office. Attorney General James Upmeyer and his team have been strong partners in this effort. Their support reflects the best of federal and state law enforcement working together in service of justice. With that, I turn the podium over to FBI's Deputy Director, Chris Rea. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Before I begin, I specifically want to thank the Attorney General and, of course, the U.S. Attorney here for allowing me to speak to you all today. And I also want to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to showcase the small part that the FBI played. As was stated, today marks a significant moment in a long, long journey for justice. A journey that began 30 years ago with an unprovoked attack on American lives. 4 humanitarians were on a noble mission to help those fleeing oppression. Instead, their lives were violently taken in a reckless act by the Cuban regime. The FBI, the Department of Justice, and countless others never forgot them, and we never stopped hunting for the truth. Today's announcement shows that if it's 5 months, 5 years, 5 decades, we will keep pursuing you, and we'll keep pursuing anyone who intends to harm our citizens, and they will face American justice. I'd like to thank our dedicated special agents, our dedicated prosecutors, our dedicated intelligence analysts, and our dedicated professional staff, as well as our counterintelligence program, for never giving up. Enormous credit is due to the many teams across the 16 different FBI cases regarding this matter. The teams who have worked to hold members of the Cuban government's WASP network accountable. Our people have systematically and relentlessly searched for evidence, conducted countless interviews, and pieced together critical intelligence for nearly 3 decades. They turned dead ends into fresh leads. And over the years, that hard work has paid off with convictions of multiple operatives for activities related to that vicious shootdown. The charges we announced today are only the latest milestone on that road to justice, a road paved with persistence, partnership, and extreme resolve. To anyone who spies on our country or harms our citizens, know this: the FBI, the Department of Justice, has a long memory. We will come after you, and we will find you. As I close, I'd like to close with a personal anecdote, as this is deeply personal to me. You see, I was a former member of the United States Coast Guard right here in Miami Beach in Key West, Florida in the 1990s. I conducted numerous humanitarian missions with my fellow Coast Guardsmen, rescuing Cuban citizens who were just trying to find a better life. I also was fortunate enough to act as security during remembrance ceremonies held at the 12 nautical mile limit just outside of Cuban territorial waters. I served on Coast Guard cutters that provided the security to the friends and family who were just trying to remember their lost loved ones. So for me, today brings everything full circle. So in that vein, we dedicate all 3 decades of casework to the memories of the loved ones lost that day. To the victims' families and friends, we stand with you as we hold those responsibilities to account. Now, I'm going to turn it over to the U.S. Senator of this great state, Senator Moody. Thank you.
What a day. What a day. 3 months ago, I joined you on the anniversary to mark the killing of Carlos, Armando, Mario, Pablo, and I said it was not a cold case. It was never a cold case. It was never a whodunit. We always knew who was responsible for the killing of those young men. That was 3 months ago. And I am so proud to join you today to say we're finally bringing justice to those families, and not just those families. Everyone sitting here today for the past 30 years who have kept this case hot, who have met with me as the Attorney General, who repeatedly met with law enforcement, who repeatedly met with leaders, so many who came together and kept that case hot, like those that are no longer with us, like Lincoln Diaz-Balart. He would be right here in the front row today. They kept it hot. And just 3 months later, we are standing here on this important day when Cuba became a free state, a free people, to say we are living up to bringing accountability to the Castros and the regime that stole that independence. That's what we're doing today. It's an honor to be here today with our acting Attorney General Todd Blanche as the indictment is unsealed against others, but particularly against Raul Castro for his role in the Brothers to the Rescue murders. This moment has been decades in the making, and I want to thank all of the lawyers who read over all of the trial transcripts, the weeks and weeks of trial transcripts that put back together every piece of evidence and waited for that last piece of evidence to come into view and into your possession, and never gave up. And never gave up. For so many Cuban families, they know you can never become complacent in defending liberty, in fighting for freedom. And Florida is the symbolism of fighting for freedom. We're in the beating heartbeat of that for this nation. So I thank you. Thank you for being here today and remembering what it's like to hold tyrants accountable. And it is why I applaud the Department of Justice for bringing these charges. You know, previous administrations, as those of you met with leadership, reminded them of 30 years ago what happened, previous administrations would release the one person we convicted related to it. Maybe even go down there and go to a baseball game. The last administration decided we were going to, relax our banking restrictions or whatever, maybe coddle them into freedom. But not this administration. They took the bold step of actually bringing accountability and understanding that accountability works. So we thank President Trump for recognizing that, for being brave and bringing justice for these 4 men, for their families, and indeed for freedom. And I want to tell you, when Governor DeSantis appointed me to be your newest United States Senator, he did so and said, I want you to take everything you know about this state, every person you've met with, everything you've learned, every battle you've fought to make Florida what it is, take that to Washington and let's get things done. And I am so proud to be here today to say we got things done. And so on today, May 20th, on the day that Cuba became a free and independent state, I would like to end my visit with you by reading the following. And it is a penalty sheet in the Southern District of Florida, United States District Court, advising that Raul Castro will face count 1, conspiracy to kill U.S. nationals, facing a maximum term of imprisonment of life imprisonment. Counts 2 and 3, destruction of aircraft, facing a maximum term of imprisonment on each count of up to 5 years in prison. And counts 4 through 7, the charges of murder, facing a maximum term of imprisonment on each count of death or life imprisonment. God bless you. God bless this great free state of Florida and our United States of America.
Good morning. It's an honor to be here and support Attorney General Blanche, Senator Moody, and your great United States Attorney, Jason Redding Quinones. Communist revolution always begins with the same utopian lie, a classless, stateless paradise of abundance and freedom. But we know the reality. In reality, there is no abundance, nor freedom. Rather, it obstructs individual personal property rights, suffocates merit, and centralizes total power in the hands of tyrants. We've seen what communism has brought us. Over 100 million people that have lost their lives, engineered famines, and the total destruction of human liberty. Just 90 miles from our Florida shorelines, the Castro family has ruled the island with an iron fist. For nearly 50 years, Raul Castro directed the armed forces and served as chief enforcer. The very man who traded the promise of revolution for a prison state. And under his command, and to this day, Cuba remains a dungeon. Political dissidents are ripped from their homes at night under fabricated charges. They're dragged through the streets, beaten, and imprisoned for decades. I know this pain is all too real for many of you in this room. The people have long suffered because of that communist regime. And today that hits very close to home, here in the Freedom Tower, with the brothers to the rescue. Raul Castro ordered those fighter jets to shoot down unarmed civilian aircraft. It was not an accident. It was intentional, premeditated, state-sanctioned murder. And their criminal conspiracy violated Florida's sovereignty. They embedded spies here in Miami and across jurisdictions down into the Florida Keys, revealing the intelligence that would put these civilian aircraft in the crosshairs. And yet for too long, leaders in Washington looked the other way. They sat by idly. They even attended baseball games with the very man that directed the murders. Not anymore. We are blessed to have a president, Donald J. Trump, We are blessed to have a president in Donald J. Trump who will not bend the knee for communist tyrants.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. We are tracking breaking news out of Miami at this hour, where we are listening in as Florida Attorney General James Uthmeier, alongside Senator Ashley Moody, and the acting Attorney General of the United States, Todd Blanche, announced the indictment of Raul Castro, the ex-Cuban president, who is now charged with murder and conspiracy to kill. All of this stemming from the 1996 shootdown of two civilian planes. The Brothers to the Rescue, two of their planes killed 4 people, and now 30 years later, facing charges. We'll go ahead and listen back in for a few minutes as the Attorney General of the state of Florida continues to speak live right now in Miami.
Going forward, let me be crystal clear. There can be no future for a free Cuba so long as the Castros and their criminal gang of thugs remain in power. We now have the leaders that will pursue that which is right and just. That I know. So get ready. There's more to come. God bless America, and God bless the free state of Florida.
So we're going to just take a couple questions, although the questions should be directed to the reason why we're here today and not something else. So are there other reporters? Pierre.
Attorney General Blanche, key question, why now? Was there a breakthrough in this case? Can you speak to the evidence that leads you to believe that Raul Castro directly participated in the deaths of those Americans who were killed? And I have a follow-up.
Well, I cannot explain or justify why now as opposed to 2 decades ago or 30 years ago when it happened. But what I can say is that you just heard a lot of people talk about a ton of work that the FBI did, state and local intelligence communities, our U.S. Attorney and the Attorney General's, the State Attorney General's team. And that evidence was presented to a grand jury in late April, and an indictment was returned. So I can't, as far as what the evidence is, well, a lot of it's in the indictment, and it would not be appropriate or fair to comment outside of the indictment about the evidence. But as you guys know, a grand jury is presented with evidence and then returns an indictment to the extent that they believe there's probable cause that a crime has been committed, which a grand jury certainly did here.
And quick follow-up, what are the prospects that you could get Raul Castro to the United States to face justice, given the situation there, and what steps are the U.S. willing to take to get him back here?
Well, we indict men outside of this country all the time. And there's all kinds of different ways that we get them here. The reason why we indict somebody is because we want them here to face justice in front of a jury of their peers. So. How we go about doing that obviously depends on the circumstances in the case, and I'm not going to go beyond that, but we expect that we didn't indict. This isn't a show indictment. This is an indictment because we expect that there was a warrant issued for his arrest. So we expect that he will show up here by his own will or by another way and go to prison. All right, next question. Yep, go ahead.
Are any others in the Castro family potentially tied up in this? Could there be other charges from members in the Castro family from the Castro regime?
Well, as you just heard, this is an indictment in some ways 30 years in the making. There is not a prosecutor in this room or an FBI agent in this room that ever stops investigating. So whether there will be additional charges, whether are the additional defendants charged, who knows? But an investigation like this is never over. And so I assure you the men and women who have been working tirelessly on this case for the past several months, years, are not just going to retire. So. You just point to somebody. I don't.
The acting attorney general continuing to answer some questions, announcing the indictment that has now been unsealed against the ex-Cuban president Raul Castro, charged with murder and conspiracy to kill. We are continuing to monitor that news conference coming in live right now out of Miami. But I want to bring in an expert here to give us some context and reaction. Pleased to be joined this afternoon by Dr. Lillian Guerra, who is a professor of Cuban and Caribbean history at the University of Florida. Dr. Guerra, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon.
Thank you so much for having me. It's really an incredible moment.
Yeah, first of all, I just want to get your initial thoughts and your reaction to what we are hearing to this, the unsealing of this indictment, and Raul Castro now facing charges in connection with this attack from 1996.
Well, probably the most important aspect of what has been revealed at this press conference was just revealed, which is that this came together with a warrant for Raul Castro's arrest and that this is not a show indictment. That really matters because until this point, a lot of us thought maybe they're just throwing a political bone to the right flank in Miami of the Republican Party or the Trump supporters. And now we have a real statement that there will be some kind of action taken in order to either get him here voluntarily, as they said, or remove him.
What might that look like? I mean, we saw military action in Venezuela with the arrest of Maduro. Do you think it might take something similar to bring Raul Castro to face justice here in the United States?
Yeah, you know, everybody keeps looking at Maduro, but in fact, the precedent for this is really 1989 when the United States under George Bush went to Panama and extracted the sitting president, General Noriega, or head of state, on drug trafficking charges. That was not, you know, some sort of surgical strike. That was followed enacted, carried out with a military intervention that cost several thousand Panamanian lives. And so this was December of 1989. It is a really significant matter that we are dealing with a government where you would really have to take out about 200 people in order to ensure that this all flows very easily. When I say that, I mean top heads of the armed forces and the Ministry of the Interior. I also think we're dealing with a situation where most of these people do not live in above ground facilities. They live in bunkers, especially in times like these. And so you call into question how many civilians will die above ground when you're trying to get the guys underground.
We heard the Attorney General, the acting Attorney General, ask this question. I want to get your take on this as well. It has been 30 years since this attack that Castro is now facing charges in connection with. Kind of a couple of ways of looking at this. One, what took so long? And two, why now? Your take on that?
Well, there's an important indictment that occurred in 2003 in an Atlanta federal court, and it never went anywhere. 2 out of the 3 guys who were indicted, who were equally culpable, are dead now. Raul Castro is 95 years old. He's in better health than his brother was at the end of his life, and so there's a real possibility of seeing some retribution, seeing some justice, however we want to see it, going to him, and then satiating this demand that some action be taken, not just symbolic action, but real action to show that the Castros will pay for what they've done. Now, I would say, too, that in the 90s, this wouldn't have been really workable. You had a Miami community that was still deeply suspicious of islanders. You had islanders who were highly isolated from Miami politics and from the culture of Miami. And I actually think that in the last 30 years, we've gotten to know each other a lot better. We've had hundreds of thousands more move there. And then we've got 2 million who've left in the last couple of years alone. So that has really built a new kind of coalition. And I think that, I really would hope that there would be no military intervention at all. I would hope that there would be civilian-led change. And I would hope that the folks in Havana really begin to think about some form of negotiation and transition that would include language of surrender to the reality that they can't go to war with the United States.
Yeah, let's talk about that because, we heard the acting AG say this isn't just for show. They do want to pursue these charges against Raul Castro. But we also know that it's the situation where this sends a message to Cuba and could put some additional pressure on them.
Yeah, no, not just additional pressure. They've really thrown down the gauntlet. And I think that in part, the timing here is a response to the fact that the Cuban government, in terms of its spokesman, has really taken an increasingly hard line against any kind of negotiation. And that actually broke from where we were last Thursday when, Secretary Rubio announced the $100 million aid package. And we had actually the Secretary of Foreign Relations in Cuba, his counterpart, Bruno Rodriguez, saying that, the Catholic Church would be welcome as a partner in potentially working with that. Now we're miles away from that kind of softening moment. And we've heard now about the drones potentially that the Cuban government could use in some sort of act of defiance. I don't think they would be particularly effective, but we are in a different location. And now we have both sides really hardened up in a war footing, unfortunately.
And so what does this mean, if anything, for the people of Cuba right now?
Well, one of the things that is really important is that they really don't have a lot of access to electricity. So this news is going to come through word of mouth more than it will come through some kind of national declaration that everybody hears on the news tonight. And that is important because the seeping in of the news makes it better and easier for citizens to process and debate. I mean, people in Cuba tend to trust each other more than they trust anybody, including, the United States, et cetera. And I think people need to start to prepare for what is a really devastating potential impact to them, because no doubt this is not going to be some easy little feat. It will reverse in many respects the power dynamics between the people and the Cuban state. And the people are a factor, because if they hear this suddenly, if they decide to act in favor of it, then even if it's just a third of the population, then we have street demonstrations on a massive scale and potential chaos. So the fact that the news might seep in slowly may prevent that from happening. I mean, I think that both governments, frankly, do not want chaos in Cuba. It would be really devastating to figure out how to deal with the results of that, because we don't know what form it would take.
And similarly, what does this step mean for the Cuban diaspora here in Florida?
Well, I think that the majority of Cubans in Miami are definitely cheering this. There may certainly be a lot of more recent arrivals, including people who just arrived 20 years ago, and who remember the moment of the shootdown and remember it differently, where they feared, in fact, the Helms-Burton Act, which codified what was the embargo. It also included language that said that, basically Cubans who had their stuff seized, their businesses, et cetera, could take to court support the American companies that might potentially one day do business with the Cuban state. And that actually, I was in Cuba. I lived in Cuba 96 to 97. And it was extraordinary how much fear Cubans on the islands had that their houses would be taken back. So I don't think that right now we have a real sense in Miami of how people on the island might be reacting to this or would see the outcomes of this. I think that people on the island are extremely desperate for any form of change that will alleviate this entrenched poverty and the stagnation that has been in play now for at least 5 years. It is not something recent since January. It's just become very, very intense. So yes, in Miami, there is surely going to be, as we heard in this press conference, just, a kind of a statement of victory. I mean, there is a claiming here of a command over the future of Cuba that in some ways may be overstated and in some ways may be frightening to those on the island, but it is certainly there. It is certainly there.
Well, Dr. Lillian Guerra, professor of Cuban and Caribbean history at the University of Florida, thank you so much for sharing your perspective and your expertise with us here on Florida Live this afternoon.
Thank you so much.
I want to give you a live look in Miami right now, Bayfront Park, downtown. Just off screen to the left there would be the Freedom Tower where that news conference just wrapped up. I want to also give you a live look on Capitol Hill because we are anticipating a reaction and remarks from Congressman Byron Donalds, from a couple of other leaders as well from Florida, including Senator Rick Scott, Congressman Carlos Jimenez, who is currently the only Cuban-born member of Congress. We're expecting to hear from them coming up in just a few minutes as well. So we are monitoring for that. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Give you a live look. We are still anticipating some remarks from the several members of Congress from Florida reacting to the Raul Castro indictment. We will bring that to you when that begins on Capitol Hill. But it's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area this afternoon. And so joining us live for this, we've got Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay joining us live now. Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, the Tampa Bay Rays playing baseball here in Tampa on the other side of the bay took another step forward this morning as Hillsborough County Commissioners approved a non-binding framework for a new $2.3 billion Tampa Bay Rays stadium here in West Tampa. The measure passed in a 5-2 vote, giving the green light to a massive financial package that includes nearly $1 billion in public funding. Now, this decision came despite vocal opposition from dozens of community members at the commission meeting. Critics questioned the legality of using community investment tax funds for the project, arguing that the money should go toward other local needs. Now, to help ease these concerns, negotiators note that visitors and non-residents will pay up to 20% of the total sales tax revenue collected. The county also plans to spread those tax payments over 4 years rather than delivering a single upfront sum, which staff says will protect critical infrastructure and safety projects. County administrators are calling the stadium deal a once-in-a-lifetime economic opportunity for the region, but emphasize that the current agreement is completely non-binding. That gives officials plenty of time to resolve remaining disagreements before signing a final contract. Following the vote, the Tampa Bay Rays released a statement expressing gratitude toward the board, calling the decision excellent news for the community. The team says a new ballpark and a privately financed mixed-use neighborhood will positively shape the region well into the future. But this is just the first of several crucial steps for the project this week. Hillsborough College officials are voting this afternoon on whether to lease college-owned land to the Rays for stadium development. Then the city of Tampa is scheduled to hold its own vote regarding the framework and the potential allocation of community redevelopment area funds. That vote is supposed to take place tomorrow morning. And even if those votes all pass, final approvals must still be hammered out in the coming months before a stadium agreement becomes permanent. So, Garrett, the Rays may have taken another step toward playing baseball more permanently here in Tampa. But again, there are still several hurdles, and the Tampa Bay Rays stadium saga continues.
Yeah, still more steps. Not a done deal just yet. We've seen this process happen before, so we know that nothing is set in stone just yet, so we'll keep watching that process. All right, next in our Tampa Connection here, Nancy, it was quite the demonstration today in the Bay Area as well.
Yes, this event is called Battle of the Bay, and it is part of Special Operations Forces Week, which is taking place all this week in downtown Tampa. But today's event is usually the most anticipated event of the entire week, and you can hear gunfire and explosions throughout downtown. And just a little while ago, Tampa Mayor Raul Castro was brought aboard the Starship yacht, where she took part in a mock kidnapping. So special operators went aboard the yacht by land, by air, and by sea to rescue the mayor. The demonstration features 130 operators from 10 nations and showcases some of the most impressive technologies currently being used by the military. 30,000 people are registered for Special Operations Week, and another 20,000 are expected to watch the events. Organizers say this is just a snapshot of what Special Operations can do. And Garrett, this conference runs through Friday, but of course today the Battle in the Bay was the biggest event of the week.
And you also have an update for us on a new stadium at USF.
Yes, so college football fans, especially USF fans, they are looking forward to the upcoming season with new coach Brian Hartline. But of course, many are looking forward to 2027 because that's when a new on-campus football stadium will debut. And today we got a sneak peek at the stadium, which began construction last April. So approximately 250 construction workers spend about 12 hours a day working on the stadium, which is between between Fletcher and Fowler Avenues. That is, of course, on the campus of USF. And today, those construction workers put in the first breaker for the student section, which will be on the west side of the stadium. Workers were also busy fireproofing all of the beams to make sure that they are good to go in case of an emergency. And the Bulls' new coach, Brian Hartline, will be the first coach in the new stadium, and he sees the construction taking place every day from his office window. And he even noted that he arrives in his office a lot of the time, sometimes before the sun comes up, and he looks out that window and he can see the headlamps from the construction workers. So these construction workers are hard at work. We're told that they work from 6 a.m. until 6 p.m. every day to make sure that this stadium is ready and good to go by May of next year. Garrett?
All right, making some good progress there. And finally, Nancy, tell us about this Manatee County teacher now facing charges.
Yes, a teacher in Manatee County, Judith Clark, you see her up there on your screen. She was arrested, and she is accused of actually having a student in her class slap a classmate across the face when this other classmate would not stop talking. Now, investigators say that this incident happened last Wednesday at Lee Middle School. Deputies say that Clark repeatedly told a student to stop talking during class, and when the student did not quiet down, witnesses say Clark asked the classroom who wants to slap him. Deputies say when nobody volunteered to hit their classmate, Clark had two students close the classroom window blinds, and then she allegedly directed another student to slap his classmate. Witnesses say that that student said that he obeyed the teacher because he was scared, and that he gently slapped the victim across the face. Now, that 12-year-old child is not facing any charges. School administrators said that they removed Clark from the classroom as soon as the sheriff's investigation began, and that she no longer had contact with the students. She was arrested yesterday and charged with child abuse. And just a little while ago, I spoke with a representative from the Manatee County School District, and she told me that Clark has been employed with the school district and at Lee Middle School since 2019, but that she was not renewed on April 8th, and that her last day of employment was scheduled to be May 29th. Garrett?
All right, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I want to give you a couple of live looks right now. One, the U.S. Senate gallery on Capitol Hill. We're expecting to hear from Senator Rick Scott, Congressman Byron Donalds, and Carlos Jimenez reacting to the indictment of Raul Castro. On the right is a live look in Orlando. We're expecting to hear from State CFO Blazin Golia any minute now as well, talking about government accountability. So we will see what he has to say. It looks like the placard on the podium says something about property taxes. So we'll be watching for that and bringing you these news conferences live coming up here on Florida Live and on our streaming platforms on Fox Local. Got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard joining me live now for our Florida Live forecast. And Laurel, we've gone straight into summer, not even Memorial Day yet.
Yeah, we were literally thrown into everything, not even just with the summer like heat. We've been feeling like it was 95 as of yesterday. So felt warm here in Florida. But Garrett, guess what? Philadelphia felt like 100 yesterday.
That's crazy.
Boston felt like 97 yesterday. So crazy enough, we were not the hottest place in the country. Basically, all of the East Coast kind of had us topped when it came to the heat index. But then when those areas do cool down, then we'll take the top spot again. But maybe not the best thing. Overall, though, we are in for some beautiful weather out there right now. Here's a look at Port Canaveral. Things are looking gorgeous, but we are going to be seeing some storms pop up as we take a look a little bit later on this afternoon. And you can kind of already see those sea breezes at play. Taking a look from Daytona, DeLand area, all the way down towards Deltona. We're going to be keeping an eye on that sea breeze that's going to be kicking in. So that's something that we're keeping a close eye on. But really, most of the storm's going to set up right in the center of the peninsula between Gainesville, Daytona, the Villages, and Deltona as we head through the rest of the evening. Storms should start to pop up within the next 2 hours or so. So as we do take a look, here is when we're going to be seeing those storms, 5 o'clock onwards, slowly starting to see things calm down as we see that easterly flow push things off to the west. Things are going to be looking good as we head through the overnight tonight. Tomorrow morning, you're probably not going to be needing that jacket whatsoever because it will be hot and it will be humid through the overnight tonight as temperatures drop down to about 70 degrees. Here's your morning commute tomorrow. Things are starting off on a warm note as we see those temperatures really just start to heat up right off the bat. So that sunshine really starting to get warm out there. Here's 3 p.m. We're going to see more of that easterly sea breeze take control over the area, which is going to set more of those storms up, especially closer to I-75 in the west coast as we head through that easterly sea breeze. Take control over the area, which is going to set more of those storms up, especially closer to I-75 in the west coast as we head through the day tomorrow, but very kind of peppered across the region until about 7:30 before we start to see those storms lose their steam and start to quiet down by tomorrow night. But Garrett, my focus personally on the weekend.
Okay.
Yeah, holiday weekend, 3-day weekend for a lot of people, a lot of outdoor events we know that will be going on, and folks trying to make some plans. So what are we looking at when it comes to the weekend and those rain chances?
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a lot of outdoor ceremonies happening on Sunday and Monday, both to, of course, remember all those who have served and those who continue to serve, to honor them as well. So as of right now, hot and humid. I think you can tell with that by just those temperatures alone. We're going to be seeing some pop-up thunderstorms, but overall this weekend, not a washout whatsoever. So if you do have plans outside, do have plans to go to any of these ceremonies, things are looking good pretty much all weekend long, but I would keep that rain jacket handy just in case throughout the afternoon, in case you do get caught in a quick shower. But things right now, not looking too bad, Garrett. And of course, that means hurricane season right around the corner.
Yeah, it sure is. And we also know that we're keeping an eye out for things. We're in a kind of an interesting period when we're talking about the El Nino that we're going to be seeing this year. And we're also going to get another look tomorrow at one of these hurricane season outlooks that you're going to be attending.
Yeah, so this was a big week overall. So last week was the first time that the National Hurricane Center issued their first 7-day outlook. And then tomorrow, NOAA's going to be issuing their outlook coming up for the 2026 season. So it's going to be interesting for sure. As of the forecast that we know of so far, most of them are betting that it's going to be like a below average sort of season. So that's something that we're going to be watching very closely, especially as we do take a look towards the start of June. June, because there could be the possibility of something trying to form, but as of right now, no activity expected for the next 7 days, according to the National Hurricane Center. So if you remember, back in April, we were actually covering the Colorado State University forecast, and that was the first outlook that was issued for the 2026 season. And here's just a reminder of the 2026 names: Arthur, Bertha, and Cristobal. First three names on the list. Name wraps up with Teddy, Vicky, and Wilfred. So again, back in April, we saw the first outlook of the season that was issued by Colorado State University. That's going to get updated a couple of times throughout the season. Hurricane Preparedness Week for Florida, that was May 3rd through May 9th. And then tomorrow is when the the hurricane outlook is going to be coming out. That's going to be at a press conference tomorrow at 11 o'clock. And I will actually be heading down there. And then, of course, you're going to need to join us on Friday for sure.
Sweatpants and start to.
So a lot to look ahead to. A lot we know that you will be tracking, and we'll definitely want to stay tuned for that hurricane special coming up on Friday.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. So fingers crossed everything goes well on that, and if we can actually pull graphics up one more time. We are, just as a reminder of what Colorado State University said versus the numbers that we could be seeing tomorrow, things are going to be looking a little, as of right now, below average, or what could be below average as we take a look at the season ahead. So here's what we're looking at overall. Colorado State University called for in April 13 named storms, 6 hurricanes, 2 major hurricanes, and then tomorrow at 11 a.m., that's when this press conference starts in Lakeland at the NOAA Aircraft Operations Center tomorrow, and again, I will be there. That is going to be announced what NOAA thinks, and usually they don't give a specific number, they usually give a range. And last year, everything was in that range, so the NOAA forecast did verify. Same with the Colorado State University forecast, they overshot just a little bit, so I think these numbers are looking pretty good, in my opinion, as we take a look at the season ahead.
All right, so Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, we appreciate you joining us. We will hear more from you tomorrow and on Friday as well. So thanks for letting us know where things stand.
Yeah, exciting time, and tune in on Friday when our hurricane special airs. Definitely join us then.
And you'll be able to watch that right here on Fox Local and Fox 35. We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Is that what made you want to become an actor? Yeah. I mean, when I saw Michelle Pfeiffer in Grease too, like singing on the ladder, I was like, he hurt his hand.
How come you didn't tell me about that first?
And then how did you transition into music?
Today at 3 on Fox 35.
After Lizzie McGuire,
Some things are just better together in the morning, like Amy Kaufman and John Brown together again on Good Day Orlando. Weekday mornings on Fox 35.
And I really
As a Navy veteran, I understand the importance of service. That's why after my car accident, I called attorney Dan Newland. Dan's team was very professional. At the end of my case, Dan got me $530,000.
Insurance companies don't just hand that money over. If you've been involved in a car accident, I'll fight hard to win big for you too. Call me at 407-888-8000. That's 407-888-8000.
Dan, your service was 5-star. Thank you for winning my case.
It wasn't like so accepted. And I think that it was just the Lizzie McGuire of it all, me being like, I want people to know my name. And I started, recording music.
Thank God. And we're so happy you came to see us at that place, that you have a good time, and when you come back again to see us.
You're a dream.
You're amazing. Hillary's album, Luck or Something, is available now everywhere music is streamed. We'll be right back.
Today, push harder, push forward, push vigorously.
There are things that I am hiding from people that I'm trying to inspire.
You can do whatever you set your mind to.
I feel like a hypocrite a lot of the time.
Will this food spike my sugar levels?
Ever.
How much have I walked today?
Because
Too much, too little? What if I'm wrong?
I want to get out of the shadow. I want to show people there is light away from the darkness.
The Libre 3 Plus sensor, along with Libre
Visit tobaccofreeflorida.com to find free resources to help you put your away.
In the moment choices. This is progress. Try for free at
We're America's most trusted
freestarlibre.us.
roofer because we always try to save your roof rather than replace it.
My kids can't hide anything from me. I'm home.
Call
Especially
now
when they've
or
been
scan
using
the
toilet
code,
paper
and we'll
that
give you an
doesn't
assessment
hold
of your
up.
roof for free.
Hold it, mister.
Handle your injury case.
We'll get them next time.
Morgan & Morgan.
We are green.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Senator Rick Scott, Congressman Carlos Jimenez, and Byron Donalds speaking live right now on Capitol Hill, reacting to the indictment of Raul Castro. Let's go ahead and listen in.
They're not legitimate leaders. No different than Delcy Rodriguez is not a legitimate leader. Right? They didn't have an election where everybody had the opportunity to vote. No, they took these jobs. Right? And what they've done is despicable. So Raul Castro finally got indicted for something he did 30 years ago. 3 Americans and 1 resident were murdered. Raul Castro made the decision. Conspiracy to kill Americans. Destruction of aircraft. So if you just look at the history of the Cuban regime, on top of being despicable to the people of Cuba, right? They've harbored terrorists. They've been the leader of instability in Latin America. So everything that all the problems we have in Latin America start with the Cuba regime. So I want to thank the president. I want to thank Secretary Rubio for doing this. I want to thank them for the sanctions they put on. I want to thank them for what they started, which is still work to do in Venezuela, and now what they're doing here to make sure we starve the regime of resources. We sanction them for the despicable acts they take. Now we have a picture. Let's see, where do we have it over here? This is not a Holocaust survivor. Yes. Right? This is not somebody from World War II. This is somebody that in this year, okay, this is a picture from this year in Cuba. So when Democrats go down there and campaign for the regime, they're campaigning to do this to a human being. Alexander Diaz-Rodriguez is, I think, 45 years old. Look how old he looks in this. You know why? He was starved. He was tortured. He has cancer. They didn't give him treatment. That's the face of the Cuban regime. So, again, the path we're going down has the opportunity for success, the opportunity for the people of Cuba finally, after decades, to pick their own future. On top of that, another thing they do, they traffic doctors. They send doctors to another country, give the doctors a pittance, and they take the same thing for the regime. Sanctioned by the Pan American Health Organization, a sister organization to the WHO. So sanctioned by an international organization that we're a member of. So look, the Cubans have been an unbelievable part of our state. If you look at, every time I go to Miami, if you look around.
Senator Rick Scott speaking right now, but we're also hearing from President Trump, who is standing on the tarmac at Joint Base Andrews, also talking about Cuba. Let's go ahead and listen into his reaction.
We've been looking for this moment for 65 years, so we'll see what happens. But we're going to, in the meantime, we're going to have to help them out. They have no way of living. They have no food. They have no electricity. They have no energy at all. But they do have great people. There are a lot of great people. I mean, I have so many Cuban friends in Miami, mostly in Miami and Florida, and they're unbelievable people. They're unbelievable entrepreneurs, and they'd like to go back. I think hopefully they're going to want to live here, but they want to go back. Maybe they'll invest. We'll see what happens. But we're freeing up Cuba.
Mr. President, how much longer do you anticipate the embargo having to be in place on Cuba?
We'll see. We'll be announcing it pretty soon.
Here, Mr. President, should we expect any escalation here, or should they expect anything? Yes.
No, you won't. There won't be escalation. I don't think there needs to be. Look, the place is falling apart. It's a mess, and they've sort of lost control. They've really lost control of Cuba.
Do you think Raul will be here?
Action like he did with Maduro.
I don't want to say that.
On Capitol Hill today. He says that he doesn't think J.D. Vance has what it takes to come after you. What's your response to that?
Who said that?
Gavin Newsom.
He said doesn't have what?
The era of Trump ends with you, and that J.D. Vance doesn't have what it takes to come after you.
Well, look, we've done a lot, and J.D. is very talented. He's a smart guy. He'll do very well if it's J.D. We have a lot of very talented people. So I think hopefully we're going to leave something that's going to be real easy to run. We're doing a lot. We're doing a lot, and JD's a very talented guy.
respond after you said yesterday you're about an hour away from making a decision? Where does that stand today? Have you heard anything from them?
Very right on the borderline, believe me. If we do, we save a lot of time, energy, and lives, most importantly. Could go very quickly. Or a few days. It could be a few days, but it could go very quickly. Iran is a defeated nation. We're dealing with some people, and we're dealing, actually, I must tell you, we're dealing with some very good people. We're dealing with people that are, I think, far more reasonable than the people that are really no longer with us. We're dealing with some people with talent, with good brain power, and we're pretty impressed by it. So hopefully those people will make a deal that's going to be great for everybody. But I don't know. Do I get what? I never get tired. But what I like to do, if I can save war by waiting a couple of days, if I can save people being killed by waiting a couple of days, I think it's a great thing to do.
Stephen Colbert's last show tomorrow night. What's your message to him, the late night host Stephen Colbert? It's his last show after him being such a staunch critic of yours. What's your message?
I'll have a message at a later date. Okay.
On Iran, did the U.S. offer Iran oil sanctions relief during the peace talks, as Iranian state media has reported?
No, I haven't heard that. I'm not doing any relief until they sign an agreement. When they sign an agreement, we can get that place built up again and have something that's really a good country for the people. But no, we haven't offered anything.
American families who are scared by the rise of AI. They're worried that their kids are not going to be able to have jobs someday because AI will
I'll tell you, AI has been amazing because right now we have more jobs, more people working right now in the United States by far than we ever had before. And outside of the war, and I assumed the economy was going to go down, the stock market would go down 20-25%. It's actually up. The stock market is higher now than it was before I started the Iran situation. And on the Iran, I had no choice because they were going to have a nuclear weapon. We're not going to give them a nuclear weapon. But that's going to end soon, one way or the other. Oil is going to come tumbling down. There's so much oil. We have 1,600 ships in the Strait that are loaded up with oil that are going to be coming out very soon. So we'll have to see. But the military has been unbelievable. The blockade has been infallible. Not one ship has gotten through the blockade. 37 have tried. They all wish they didn't.
Tell us about your call with Erdogan.
Yeah, I had a very good call with President Erdogan, and pretty standard. We have a very good relationship. Isn't it nice that I have relationships with some very tough people? He's a tough guy, and but I have a relationship with him that nobody else does. He's actually done a good job. He's been, I think very much of an ally. Some people would doubt that, but I think he's been a great ally, and his people respect him. His people respect him a lot.
Mr. President, in response to people that are critical of your settlement over your IRS case about the tax now that you can't be prosecuted for tax?
Yeah, well, what happened is I was suing IRS for a lot of different reasons. One of the reasons is they released my tax returns, which they're not allowed to do. Now, they showed I pay a lot of tax. I may even release my current returns because they show I pay a lot of money. But they're not supposed to do that. They were in lockboxes as president. And they released them. And a certain firm released them, which was, I guess, a private firm. But it released them to a lot of the fake news. And the fake news went, and you're just not allowed to do that. And many other things happened. So I released them from the lawsuit, and I guess they made a settlement of some kind. I wasn't involved in the settlement. I could have been involved, but I didn't choose to be. So they made a settlement. Also, the anti-weaponization of people. I mean, people were destroyed. They went to jail. Their families were ruined. They committed suicide. All the Biden administration and the Obama administration, both of them. I mean, the Obama administration started it. The Biden administration was horrible in terms of what they've done to people is incredible. And we're reimbursing those people for their legal fees and for their costs and for anybody involved. But they destroyed people. People committing I read the other day, a person committed suicide over it. They went, it was the most violent thing I've ever seen in politics, what they did. And yet if I say, oh, let's look at this one or that one, they say weaponization, weaponization. What they did in terms of weaponization will never be allowed to happen in this country again. So we think that those people, we think that anybody involved in that process should partake. And you're talking about peanuts compared to the value. It destroyed the lives of many, many people. Thank you very much.
President Trump taking questions from reporters as he gets ready to board Marine One, or actually gets ready to get inside the motorcade there, where he is going to head back toward the White House now that he is at Joint Base Andrews. Let's go ahead and get you back to this news conference on Capitol Hill, where we are hearing now from Representative, or Congresswoman, I should say, Maria Elvira Salazar, Republican from South Florida, joining Byron Donalds, Carlos Jimenez, and Senator Rick Scott, talking about Cuba, as we also heard President Trump address just moments ago.
States government announced that Raul Castro finally is going to face justice. He was indicted, him and the 4 pilots that were flying those MiGs that shut down, as my colleagues were saying, 2 airplanes that were pretty little, and they were only looking for people to rescue, to rescue them from the ocean, from the sharks, call the Coast Guard back in Miami and tell the Coast Guard where those rafts were at so they will not drown. I don't have to tell you that the Castro family is despicable. But thank God that Raul is 95 years old, and today he learned that he could be spending the rest of his life, which everything biology indicates could be short, in a federal prison. If not, look at Nicolas Maduro. One of the things that we have to be very clear when they have asked us, the colleagues from the media, what's the difference between now and then, is that we have President Trump in the White House. That is the big difference. And this is a message to the Castros. Look at Maduro. President Trump gave Maduro the opportunity to go with his wife, with his family, somewhere else, and with the millions that he stole from the Venezuelans. But Maduro thought that he was smarter than President Trump. So I'm talking to Raul, to the cousin, to the nephew, to the son, and to the grandson. Pay attention and look what happened to Maduro. It's time for you guys to go, because there is a new sheriff in town, and that sheriff is Donald Trump. And he is going to be able to do and be willing to do what no other president, 10 presidents, Democrats and Republicans, dare to do with Cuba, which is to make it a friendly country for the benefit not only of the Cubans, of the Americans. Because if you think about it, when President Trump said that his agenda was America first, this is indeed what's happening. Cuba is the mothership of evil in the Western Hemisphere. Cuba only exports terror. And when Trump said that the Western Hemisphere was important, because it's just like what Marco Rubio was saying, that the proximity of the Western Hemisphere is so close to the homeland that we need to protect it. So this is what's happening right now. Cuba, after the Castros, will be a friend to the United States on the economic front, on the security front, on the political front, on the immigration front. So that's why we thank you, Mr. Trump, for taking this action and for making the Cubans free again and to dear friends of the United States. Thanks to all of you for the opportunity of being here in front of you. And once again, I repeat, it's a glorious day for South Florida, for the Cuban Americans that we represent, and for the United States of America. Thank you.
All right, we can answer any questions anybody has. Go ahead.
Thank you for your question. I'm Natalia Cabrera with NTN24. So I hear you saying that to Raul Castro that is the opportunity to go. Does that mean that you will support for him to go perhaps to a third country to take an exit in the exile, as so many Cubans had to take at some point? And if you don't mind answer this question in Spanish for our audience and also for him to watch this message.
Who are you asking?
Yep.
Yeah, do you want Spanish?
If it's possible.
Okay.
Why don't we just finish in English, and then we'll move into Spanish?
Well, first off, and I'm not going to speak for anybody else. Like, I want Raul Castro to go. Would you like him to be in prison? Sure. Would you like him to serve time? Sir. Would you like? But if he gets out and we get democracy and the people of Cuba have an opportunity, that's a good day.
Yes.
I'm interested in methods. Do you think this fast tracks regime change in Cuba? And if you support that, how would you do it? Would you do it through economic pressure, military means? How should this administration?
Well, Castro controls all the money, right? They control all the money. So hopefully now the money's drying up because of what Trump has done. But if you look at the people of Cuba, they're willing to fight for their freedom. They've been doing it. Unfortunately, the Diaz-Canal has been putting these peaceful protesters like Alexander in prison. And so hopefully now they're seeing that America will stand up for them, that they'll do it on their own. But if it takes something, we should not take anything off the table. I mean, the same thing happened to Maduro should happen to Raul Castro. But I'm not going to get ahead of whatever the Trump administration wants to do. Yes.
What does justice look like in your eyes?
I wouldn't stand trial. The right thing is you have to stand trial. In this country, you stand trial. So he needs to stand trial. And, based on the evidence we know, he would be in prison the rest of his life. And everybody around him that was part of that, they would be in prison also.
The foreign minister of Cuba.
Senator Rick Scott, a number of other members of Florida's congressional delegation speaking right now, reacting to the indictment of Raul Castro, saying they want to. You heard Senator Scott saying he wants to see him stand trial. We're going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live, but we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. We are just about out of time here on Fox 35, so I want to let you know a couple of things that we are continuing to keep an eye on, continuing to monitor as we get close to that 3 o'clock hour. That we will continue our live streaming news coverage. So if you're watching on our digital platforms, don't go anywhere. We've got much more ahead. Want to let you know and give you a live look right now in Orlando, where we are hearing from State CFO Blaise Ingoglia talking about overspending in Orange County. He says he believes the county overspent by close to $700 million. And so we're going to hear from him. We will get you all caught up and hear more from the state CFO coming up in just a couple of minutes on Fox 35 News Plus. We are also continuing to monitor the reaction from Florida's congressional delegation. Several members of Congress speaking live right now, including Byron Donalds, Rick Scott, Maria Elvira Salazar, Carlos Jimenez, reacting to the breaking news that we followed this afternoon on Fox 35 News Plus and here on Florida Live. The indictment of Raul Castro facing charges of murder, conspiracy to kill in connection with an attack, a shootdown of a civilian plane back in 1996. So we'll continue to listen in to these remarks as well. If you're watching us on Fox 35, thanks for joining us today, and we'll see you next time.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let's go ahead and listen back in as several members of Florida's congressional delegation, Senator Rick Scott here, continue to answer questions from reporters about the indictment of Raul Castro.
To go and actually, if you look at the Cuban people, it's an industrious people. They want to work hard. They're smart. So there's a massive opportunity for people to invest in Cuba if they have freedom and democracy.
I agree with that. Let me say one. In 1959, Cuba had the second highest standard of living in the Western Hemisphere. Cuba was the jewel of the Caribbean. Cubans around the world are highly successful. We're successful in business. We're successful in entertainment, in the arts, music, wherever Cubans go. And I know that I'm Cuban. I'm saying, hey, wow, we're really good people. But really, when you look at it, pretty successful people around the world. There's one place that they're not successful. That's Cuba. And so if Cuba was free and we had democracy, it's a great opportunity for the state of Florida. Okay, most Cuban Americans are there. Most of us want to go back to help in the rebuilding. The rebuilding, it needs unbelievable amount of work. Yes. A lot of that's going to come from the United States. So there's tremendous business opportunities. So for the state of Florida, it's actually a boom. For the Cuban people, a boom too, because you have almost a clean canvas to rebuild Cuba to what, bring it into a 21st century, which will then be a partner of the United States and a great partner to the state of Florida. And so I have confidence that if we get freedom, we have democracy, and the relations with the United States with freedom and democracy are going to be really outstanding, that Cuba will rebound fairly quickly and will be a great partner to the United States and to the state of Florida.
Let me just add a couple of more figures to what my colleague was saying. The Chinese, continental China, before it started being prosperous, had something called the overseas Chinese. Cuba has the overseas Cubans, where just in South Florida, the GDP and what we produce in South Florida is many times over what the Cuban regime produces. So right there, it gives you a perfect example with numbers of what a free Cuba with overseas Cubans going in with capital and know-how could do with that island. That island can turn into Taiwan, Singapore, Hong Kong, only 90 miles away from Miami. And we know that because we live among the Cuban Americans who are eager and highly, with a high desire to go back and forth. So for Florida and for the United States, no doubt this will be an economic boom in the making.
Let's do two more questions. You have one over here.
Yes, sir. I want to get your reaction. Senators Kane, Schiff, and Gallego today are introducing a Cuban war powers resolution that would basically hamper any U.S. hostilities against Cuba. Just your thoughts on that.
Well, first off, I'm disgusted by what the Democrats have done. They've gone down there to prop up the Cuban regime. That's the face of the Cuban regime. There's a guy, Hassan Piker, they campaign with, that went down there with him, that wants me murdered, wants all the capitalists in this country murdered. And Democrats are campaigning with him. So it's going to be a typical, I don't get the Democrats. Like, don't they want to live in freedom and democracy? Don't they want people in Cuba and Iran and places, don't they want them to have the same opportunities you and I have? But it's like they don't. It doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know if anybody wants to add anything.
No, it makes zero sense at all. The fact that you have Democrat senators who want to stop the United States government and stop President Trump from doing what he can to help free Cuba from more than 60 years of totalitarianism and a dictatorship. But then the same Democrats will come here and lecture everybody in America about how they're the only ones that stand for freedom, that stand for democracy. Give me a break. They're lying. But this isn't new. They lie about this stuff all the time because we work in these halls. And when we try to just do simple common sense policy to actually open up America's economy for the American people, drive down costs, have health care that makes sense, you know who stops us? The same Democrats who go on the trail and talk about how they're the only one standing for the little guy. That war powers resolution that they're bringing is indicative of the fact that the Democrats will tolerate totalitarianism on their watch. And they will let it happen. They will watch people starve. They will watch people be oppressed. And they won't lift a finger, but they'll go to their cocktail party and talk about how they stand for freedom and liberty and democracy. Give me a break. I don't listen to them anymore. And that resolution is why.
Okay, this is the last question. Oh, do you want to say something?
I do. I say there isn't one dictatorship that the Democrats don't support.
That's right.
Look around the world, okay? It's always America's fault. Why are we doing it? Why? It's amazing to me that they would go down, Democrats would go down and blame the United States for the woe that is Cuba, when it's the regime that has caused the suffering of the people of Cuba. And it's the ideology that has caused the suffering of not only the Cuban people, but people from around the world. But that ideology somehow fits their ideology. And so they'll excuse anything. Because it's tough to say, gee, I think I was wrong. I think I was wrong. Maybe communism and socialism doesn't work all that well. Maybe they do suppress the people, oppress the people. Maybe they are anti-democratic. And so when they come into these halls and they say, we're the defenders of democracy, yeah, really? You're the defenders of democracy and you go around the world defending all those dictators and then blaming the United States? It makes me sick to my stomach. Thank you.
Last one. Yep. Oh, we'll do this, then you'll do that. You guys can do the Spanish.
You all support regime change. Would you support the president taking military action to execute that? And in what form of military action would you?
Okay. First up, I don't believe you should. If I was the president, I would never take anything off the table. I don't think we should suggest we ever take anything off the table. I don't think it's going to take military action. And this president doesn't like military action. He doesn't want to put troops in harm's way, but he does want to defend this country. So I think the people of Cuba are going to rise up. I think you would like answers in Spanish. Yeah, go ahead. Do you guys want to?
You go, Carlos.
Okay. La pregunta.
So that's a news conference. Continuing on Capitol Hill, they're going to answer some questions in Spanish now. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you this live look right now. LaGuardia Airport, New York City. Runway 422 shut down right now because of a sinkhole that was found there. Workers working on fixing that right now, but this is something that could cause some impacts if you're flying into New York City from Orlando. We'll be keeping an eye out on that for potential impacts from that here in our area this afternoon. Now, meanwhile, let me get you to Orlando, where just moments ago we heard from State CFO Blaise Ingoglia speaking about the overspending in Orange County and also addressing the recent developments regarding Raul Castro. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Applaud that effort. I think it is a long time coming. The Cuban people in that island want nothing more than to be free. I think this is a historic time. I'm quite frankly honored to be living through the time where we can see an actual free Cuba. Just for the Cuban people, I know that a lot of people are thinking about you, praying for you all, hoping that you have the freedom that you so richly deserve. And a message to the Cuban people is that we are with you. We are not with the regime. We are with you. We are on the side of freedom. So with that, hopefully we get to see freedom for the residents of that island sooner rather than later. What the regime and the government has been doing to the Cuban people for decades and decades has been reprehensible, keeping vital information from them, vital medicine, and vital opportunity from them. And it is about time that they were able to experience this. So I'm looking forward to the day when we have a free Cuba, and I think that day is coming sooner rather than later. So for today, my name is Chief Financial Officer. My name is Blaise Ingoglia. I'm the Chief Financial Officer of the great state of Florida. Thank you, Greg, for being here today and for AFP's continued support. So my message to big government is that if you thought I was going away, think again. We have said for the better part of 10 months since I've been in this office, this is not going to be a one-off exercise. When I say that I am committed to fiscal responsibility, making government smaller, leaner, and more accountable and cost less, I meant it. I will continue doing this exercise until I am out of office 8 years from now. I am committed to fiscal responsibility as much as I am committed to making this state as affordable as it possibly can be. So from deep red Flagler County, I know some people out there were saying that this is just a partisan exercise. We are only criticizing large blue districts, Democrat districts. That is absolutely not true whatsoever. If you've seen our posts and what we have been doing, you will see that that's not true. So from deep red Flagler County to deep blue Broward County, we are holding local governments accountable for their wasteful spending, regardless of party affiliation. I do not care if you are a Democrat. I do not care if you are a Republican. What I care about is the taxpayers. I care about making this state the best state to live, work, play, and to operate a business. So far, after reviewing 17 budgets, we have identified well north past $2 billion, billion with a B, in wasteful and excessive spending by both Democrat and Republican administrations. I have been on a mission to make things more affordable in Florida taxes, more affordable in Florida, and property taxes are a big part of affordability. The sad state of affairs is that local governments are taking your hard-earned tax dollars and spending it like Somali daycare owners. It's safe to say that Orange County has a little bit of learning to do when it comes to fiscal responsibility. Orange County did not only not heed the warning, they doubled down on wasteful and excessive spending. We were here last year to announce that our calculations yielded that Orange County wastefully and excessively spent $190 million of your hard-earned tax dollars in just 1 year, in the year 24-25. But that was fiscal year 24-25. never got around to calculated 25, 26, and that's why we are here today. So same methodology, same calculations, bigger number, much bigger number. In order to find out how much money Orange County is wastefully and excessively spending of your property tax dollars, we need to figure out how much the budget should reasonably be under normal circumstances, and then compare it to what it actually is. And we do that by applying the FAFO methodology, which states like Colorado and Utah use in order to keep government small, accountable, and more importantly, fiscally responsible. I want to point you to the board. There's a quote there from JMI Institute, James Madison Institute, because I know that there are a lot of big government apologists and some in the liberal media, and quite frankly, some elected officials, both Democrat and Republican, that are trying to excuse away our methodology, say it doesn't work in real life, it's not used, it's just made up. Absolutely not true. They would love for you to believe that because no one wants to shed light on their excessive and wasteful spending. But let's read this quote by JMI. At the James Madison Institute, we believe that the FAFO methodology, similar to what has been enacted in law in states like Colorado and Utah, is one of the most effective tools to demonstrate the need for tax relief for Floridians and to rein in local government spending. Now they are agreeing with AFP. My friend Greg came up here earlier and also validated the FAFO methodology. So how we do this is we all start off with the premise, and I think most people would agree with this, is that government should never grow faster than inflation and population. I think a lot of people agree with it. So that means anything over that amount, growing faster than inflation and population, means that the government over-collected, overtaxed, and overspent. So here is the methodology and the calculation. Let me point you to this board right here. This is how we do this. We take the base budget. In this instance, we will start off with the 2019-2020 fiscal year budget, and we add for inflation, and we add for inflation, and we figure out what is the acceptable budget growth. And then we compare it to what the actual budget is. So in layman's terms, we start off with the budget. We increase the budget. We index it forward for an inflation and population. We add extra money for inflation. We add extra money for population. And we come up with what the budget should have reasonably been under normal circumstances. And I say normal circumstances because the only reason why local governments got this extra money is because property taxes started skyrocketing according to property values. So that's the only reason why. So under normal circumstances, it would be over here. And then we compare it to what it actually was, what they actually took in, what they actually collected, what they taxed, and what they spent. So we take the fiscal year budget and we index forward for inflation and population to find out, again, what the budget should reasonably. And then because of a larger budget, we add sort of like a government inefficiency factor. So not only for these calculations, now this is a much larger budget. It is a much larger budget than, say, like Flagler County or Citrus County or Martin County. Larger budget means more inefficiencies. So not only do our calculations account for inflation and population, we also put in a 2.5% government inefficiency factor. We actually give them a little bit of a buffer, if you will, and then compare it to how much the budget actually was. So when we do these events, you know, we hear from the local elected officials and the Sunday editorial writers saying that, yeah, but they never show us the math. And it was like, you guys can do the math yourselves. I basically said how we do this. So everyone understands that we actually made a board on. So this is the FAFO methodology specific for Orange County. We start off with the base budget in 2019-2020. We add to that budget 25.5% inflation. That was the inflation number over the previous 6 years. We add for 9.2% population growth. Then we add the 2.5% government inefficiency factor. And the index budget means that the budget should have gone up 37.2%, But Orange County's budget blew past that number and went up 66.06%. So if we start off with the premise that government should not grow faster than inflation and population, and we add that into the calculation, and then on top of it, we give a government inefficiency factor of 2.5%, Orange County government blew way past that number. And you know who feels that number? Taxpayers, property taxpayers in this county. They see it. They feel it. Now, they'll try to gaslight you and say that they need all of the money that they possibly can, but they feel it. When we start talking about affordability, we need to start looking at what makes things less affordable. And large governments that are growing faster than the private sector, and more importantly, the ability of everyday people to pay for it, that's what makes things unaffordable. So that means if you take the 66% and you do all the indexing and you do all the math, it is unfortunate to say that the budget, which was excessive to the tune of $190 million in the 2024-2025 budget, has now been re-indexed to $301 million. Our new wasteful and excessive number for Orange County, $300,899,833. This is the updated number of what Orange County government wastefully and excessively spent in 1 year alone last year. They wasted and excessively spent in 24-25 $190 million, and last year $300 million. The government is continuing to grow. The government here is not taking cues from the private sector, and every day mom and pops on the soccer field or the softball field, and know that it is becoming less and less affordable here in this county because of the large government. So let me be crystal clear about this, because I think this is important. When we say that we are adding for inflation and population, okay, what we are saying, and the extra buffer, we're accounting for the increased fire in law enforcement and law enforcement. We are accounting for employee raises. We are accounting for the increased cost of things. So that means that Orange County collected and wastefully spent an extra $300 million above all of that stuff. That's why we're calling it excessive and wasteful, that they really didn't need it. What they did was they saw the pot of money and just decided to take it and spend it and not give it back to you. Here's another thing I want you to think of. Actually, we'll go into these numbers. And again, they took the extra $300 million and not once thought about giving it back to you, the taxpayers, the people who are actually funding the government in the first place. They didn't even think about giving it back to you in the form of a taxpayer cut. They just took it and spent it. So let's put this excessive spending in context. In 2020, the Orange County General Fund budget was a little over $1 billion. It was a little over $1 billion to serve 1.4 million people. Now, in the last 6 years, that budget increased $689 million in the last 6 years alone. So let's do some quick math. Let's call that $700 million. The budget went up $700 million over the last 6 years. We deemed $300 million of it excessive and wasteful, which means $400 million was already there. We are saying that was the money for increased fire, increased police, employee raises, the increased cost of things. Come on, Orange County government. You can't tell me you can't run the government on an extra $400 million. Something's wrong there. I'll tell you what's something wrong. A complete disregard for the taxpayers who are actually footing the bill. Now, that $700 million was, over 6 years, was for a population increase of only 131,000. So you had a $1 billion budget for 1.4 million people, but $700 million for only 131,000 people. Please make that make sense. How does that make any sense? The answer is that it doesn't. That means Orange County is spending an extra $20,945 for every new family of 4 moving in. How does that make any sense? We know that the property taxes that they are yielding, they're not paying $20,000. So every new family that moves into Orange County, they're spending a lot more and charging the residents that are already here. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. That money, all of that money, $300 million, we believe belongs in the pockets and the bank accounts of Orange County residents, not in the hands of bureaucrats who think you are an endless ATM for their personal budget. Now, that $300 million we believe should be given back to the people. This is why property tax cuts, property tax reform is so important. We believe that if the budget went up $700 million, and we think that $400 million increase is acceptable for funding core services, fire, police, everything else, that is acceptable growth. What's not acceptable is the $300 million extra, and that money should be given back to the people in Orange County. We think that Orange County government could cut their budget very easily, just that $300 million extra, by 1.22 mils. That's giving money back to the people who are funding government itself. So what does that mean for the layperson? That means if you own a $300,000 home and it's tax assessed, you will save about $365 a year. If you own a $400,000 home, you will save around $486 a year. If you have a tax-assessed home at $500,000, you will save around $600 a year. That is real money put back in the pockets of Florida's families. But that $300 million that we went over is just 1 year. So that got us thinking at the Florida Agency for Fiscal Oversight of how much money did Orange County excessively and wastefully spend over the 6 years that we reviewed. So remember, $190 million was just in 24-25, $300 million in 25-26. So when you add up everything that they wasted excessively over 6 years, when you add the number for 2020-21, 21-22, 22-23, the number is absolutely shocking. In our estimation, over the last 6 years, Orange County has wasted a grand total of over $747 million of your taxpayer dollars. Almost.
CFO Blaise Ngolia outlining the numbers there and what they believe to be overspending in Orange County over a period of years, totaling more than $700 million. Well, we are out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. We